to go ahead to work against corruption in the country. Now we cross over to the coast region where our reporter Kevin Mutai is at the courts, and two foreigners have been charged with defiling children in Mombasa. Kevin, what else can you tell us?
Well, thank you so much, Gladys. We are live from Shanzu Law Courts in Mombasa, where we are following up on two stories. One is the story that we aired yesterday concerning two foreigners who were charged here at the Shanzu Law Courts of stripping a woman and taking video clips of her naked body against her will. The two, I believe, as you can see, those pictures coming live on your screen, are some of those suspects. They were just here a couple of minutes ago and they've just left. They're here, and we're told that they're here to negotiate with the courts and of course with the complainant. We are told that they want to settle that issue out of court, but the complainant has refused, because we are told that the foreigners want to give her some package in terms of money, which the complainant is believed to have said it's too little for the damages that were done. Of course, the other story that we're also following up on is there's another man, a businessman from Turkey, where we're told that he's allegedly involved in a sexual intercourse with children. According to documents that we have seen, police are claiming that the suspect was found with 3 minors in his house, and there are reports claiming that he was caught doing some things that they're saying it's contrary and against the Child Act in this particular country, and they're saying that he's is in custody right now, and they are yet to listen to what the judge has to say in that particular matter. But we managed to speak to him, and he told us that what they're saying against him is wrong, and that he has just been helping these children and accusing their mothers of using the children to level various allegations against him, accusing him of doing things that he has not done. But we're here at Shanzu Law Courts. We will be following up on those two particular cases, and we will be covering them for you during our subsequent bulletins. Back to you, Gladys.
Thank you. Kevin Mutai speaking to us outside the Shanzu Law Courts. Of course, stories coming from yesterday developing into today about the two foreigners that had taken pictures of a naked lady, Kenyan lady, and of course the two foreigners charged with defiling children in Mombasa. A lot more coming from Kevin Mutai in our subsequent bulletins. We cross over to Bernard Ojwang, who is at a function where the World Bank is expected to launch a project in Homa Bay. Bernard?
Offer economies of scale.
Well, thank you very much. We are here in Migori town, whereby World Bank officials and Migori County Governor are here to launch a project that will ensure the upgradation of these three towns, that is Migori town, Awendo town, and even Rongo town. Remember, this is a project that is going to make sure it's 516 million shillings, where Migori County businessmen or community will benefit from. And joining me now is the Migori County Governor Zachary Okoth-Obado, who is going to tell us more about this project. And welcome, Bwana Governor. Today you are launching this project. Tell us more about this project, because the Migori County residents, they want to know about it.
Okay. Basically, this is a World Bank funded project. We have received a grant totaling 518 million Kenya shillings. So it will go towards the development of Migori town, Awendo town, and Rongo town. Here where we are gathered, we are going to construct a modern market. And we are also going to build the access road to this very, very market. We are also going to put street lighting here and bring in a number of other infrastructural requirements that will facilitate growth and trade in this center. On the Awendo project, we are going to build a recreational center. And then that recreational center in Awendo, it has a capacity of 500 people who will be seated. Then the tarmacking of the roads in Awendo is also going to be done. we are going to do a total of 1.6 kilometers of roads inside Awendo town. So that therefore means that the major streets in Awendo are going to be tarmacked, and we are really very, very grateful.
Well, Governor, what impact will it have on the economy of this county?
It will have a huge impact because trade is going to be facilitated, the number of traders is going to increase, the hours of doing business is going to be prolonged, and generally the general economic well-being of these centers will be greatly improved. So we are very grateful for this particular support. And I want to say that even the revenue that the county will be receiving will also be increased. Because when we talk about a center like Rongo, we are going to do a bus park and also improve the road networks inside, improve them by tarmacking them. So we are also going to put a lot of street lighting within those centers.
Well, Governor, how many phases are we talking about on this project? And each phase, how much are you going to pump into the project? Is the money ready?
The money is very ready. And as we speak, the money is already sitting in our special purpose account. The first phase of this project is 518 million Kenya shillings. So the project will run for the next 5 years. So this is just phase one. Then there will be the subsequent phases. So indeed, we are very grateful for this particular support.
Well, Governor, there are some leaders who are saying that you are sidelining some sub-counties. What's your take over this?
It is only ignorance that is killing our people. This is called a conditional grant. So a conditional grant, in a layman's view, it comes with its own conditions. You can't dictate to a donor how you'd like their funds to be utilized. So this is as a result of a study. This particular grant is as a result of a study that was conducted by the World Bank way back in the year 2009. By that time, Obado was not there, even the counties were not there. But that study was based upon the population that was there and the projected population. And as you can see, the towns of Awendo and Rongo have received more allocations than even Migori town here. From the physical...
Well, that is Governor Okoth Obado from Migori County speaking on that road project that is being launched by the World Bank, and it will go a long way in developing the county, and especially when it comes to the economy of the same. A lot more coming from that launch, and our reporter Bernardo Juan will keep us updated on the same. We now cross over to the All Saints Cathedral, where a funeral mass for the AP that actually lost his life, the only one who lost his life at during the terror attack at Dusit, that is a 14 Riverside. His name Japhet Ndongo, who was killed by terrorists in the Dusit D2 hotel attack. Well, that is ongoing. Let's cross over and listen in.
He assisted us in many ways. I think we've come to the gratitude. We have also a few announcements to make. We have hired a bus for the people who would like to travel to Taveta. The bus is from St. John's Church, Pumwani. It will be outside there. So after this function, please, we kindly ask you, all the people who put their names down who would like to travel to Taveta, to meet outside or where the bus will be for the necessary arrangement. Also, we were offered a bus by the police force. We were reserved, there were a few slots reserved for members of the public or the family. So eventually we decided that we give the officers more space in their bus, and most of us will travel in this other bus. But we also asked to be given a few slots or seats to be reserved for us. So please, officers, don't take everything. We'll let you know our shortfalls. I think that's all we have. From here now, we will go, the body will be taken to Wilson Airport, and I do not see the need of us all going there. I suppose it's the uniformed forces who will take the body, but maybe you can be briefed more outside. Thank you very much, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Shaba. He was supposed to read, but you can greet the people.
Asante mchungaji. Familia ya mzee Nuru, mama, mheshimiwa wetu, mbunge, viongozi wa serikali, viongozi wa idara ya polisi, wananchi, marafiki mliokuja, habari zenu. Mimi napenda kuendeleza tu zile shukurani kwa rais wetu na naibu wake, Waziri Matiang'i na kikosi cha polisi mlivyosimama nasi kwa pia misaada na pia kujitolea kwingi. Tunasema asante sana. Tumekuwa tukikutana kama alivyoeleza chairman na wenzetu, wale nyote mliokuja kwa ajili ya kutufariji, kwa ajili ya mchango. Tunapenda kutoa shukurani zetu, na pia tunachukua nafasi hii kama familia na Wataveta kutoa rambirambi zetu kwa wale wengine waliotuacha kupitia kwa tukio hilo. Asanteni sana.
Let us pray for our offerings now. Father, we thank you for this gift that your people have given even in this difficult time. We pray that shall continue to bless it for the extension of your kingdom. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We say thank you very much for being here with us, and also for the family. Take our sincere, heartfelt condolence to the family back home. My name is Reverend Ignatius Malimo. I was the service leader for today. They also call me AKA Malims. I'm the youth minister here, so I'm seeing some of these ones are young people, and they thank God for them. Be strong in the Lord. Amen? Let us stand, please. And now may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord cause his face to shine upon you and give you his grace. That even in this difficult time, may he continue to strengthen you. And may we all be reminded that God is able to restore us, and he will indeed restore us. May we continue going ahead, because our God is alive and on the throne. And the blessings of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and remain with each one of us now and forevermore. May the church say amen. Let us now share in the words of the grace, and the procession will be like this. We'll have the casket. We'll be going back. We can view outside. We'll go and view outside, and then the family, and then the clergy will follow.
A funeral service there at the All Saints Cathedral for 26-year-old Japhet Nduguja, who was the General Service Unit officer who was shot and killed by terrorists during the 14 Riverside Drive terrorist attack. And he hailed from Kimala village in Taita Taveta County, where he will be laid to rest. Well, again, we salute him for the courage and for the efforts he made in saving many other lives out of that terrorist attack. Well, we shall keep you abreast on the same even as we get more details of that. And still on that National Anti-Corruption Conference going on at the Bomas of Kenya, our reporter Silas Apollo is still following on the same, and they all are waiting on President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is making his way from the DCI headquarters to the Bomas of Kenya to officially open the forum. Those are live pictures coming from the Bomas of Kenya. Remember, this is a multi-sectoral initiative against corruption conference put together to ensure that the country faces head-on this vice that seems to be engulfing the country, and a lot of leaders are actually in attendance at the Bomas of Kenya. As you can see, a lot of people in attendance and are waiting on the president who is officiating this conference. Remember, it is on its second day, and our reporter Silas Apollo has been following up on the same. Let's listen in.
Mahakamani hela ndiyo haki, kwa elfu chache mshtakiwa ndiwe mshtaki.
Pictures coming from the All Saints Cathedral, where a funeral service for the late 26-year-old Japhet Nduguja, who lost his life during the 14 Riverside Drive terrorist attack, was being held. He will be laid to rest in Taita Taveta County, to be specific, Ikimala village, where he hailed from. Just last week, the MP Taita Taveta, Naomi Shaban, was saying it was such a sad time for a young man with such a promising future to die, but also celebrated him, saying he put the country first before his own life in a bid to save many others. Well, Japhet Nduguja will be laid to rest tomorrow in Taita Taveta. Remember that National Anti-Corruption Conference is still ongoing at the Bomas of Kenya. A lot of leaders are still streaming in, and many already in attendance. And I'm informed that ODM leader Raila Odinga has already arrived, and we also have other leaders who are in attendance. We've seen CS for Health, that's Cicely, is in attendance. Deputy President William Ruto is already at the Bomas of Kenya, as they all await President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is expected to come and officially open the conference. It is on its second day, and all the stakeholders are in attendance even as this comes to an end today. Let's listen in.
depart to our various destinations, enable us to depart safely, being more energized and with better commitments and better resolution and determination to defeat all corruption at all levels. As human beings, we have our weaknesses and shortfalls. We pray you forgive us and lead us to the straight and desired path. We pray and believe in your most beautiful and revered name. Amen. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Bishop Dr. Ogide, karibu.
Let us pray together. Everlasting Father, we stand in your presence this day as a people who are desperately in need of your mercy and forgiveness. The reason we are gathered here is a subject that should never gather such a big crowd of important members of society. And yet we recognize that our nation has gone the wrong way. We have stolen that which is not ours. Lord, we have destroyed lives in this country because of our greed and selfishness. And we are praying this afternoon that you would have mercy on us. But we also pray, Jehovah God, you who punishes sin and does not tolerate evil, you know the men and women who are given to this vice and are not willing to turn from their wicked ways. This day, as your servant, I stand here, Lord, and I pray that you deal with them according to how you know. You are the God who dealt with Ananias and his wife Sapphira when they stole from your house. Lord, as a people of this nation, we are tired of talking. We are tired, oh God, of embellishing evil. And we are praying that wherever this evil and vice is found, from the highest office in the land to the lowest person in the village, I pray that your light will shine upon them and show them that the evil they are doing is destroying this nation. And that you'd awaken our conscience as a people to realize that this is not something to be talked about, but an evil that reaches you in your heavenly throne. O God of heaven, children have died in this nation because of hunger, while others have diverted the food that would be theirs. Children have missed school because others have taken their places. People have lost jobs because others have taken their places. Father, we are praying. The cost of this economy is more than we can carry, simply because of our greed, O God. I pray that you have mercy on us, O God. Have mercy on us, O God. We as a people are carrying a burden that should not be ours because of a few greedy people, some who are maybe standing right here. Lord, I pray that you reach out with your mighty hand and touch these men and women, transform them from their wicked ways, and cause them to realize that that which they are doing is evil before you and before your people. I pray, like the people of Nineveh, that you have mercy on us and that you'd help us to move forward as a nation. Give us commitment over all that we are going to discuss, that we do it to the glory and honor of your name, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as I invite my colleague Wallace Kantai of the Central Bank of Kenya to continue with the program. Wallace, karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. That's a low energy good afternoon. Don't worry, energy will come soon. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to those of you who had not been welcome before. We recognize the presence of the Deputy President, Karibu Your Excellency, and also all the other dignitaries, and to ourselves as the citizens to whom we are reporting and making pledges. Yesterday, as you went through a recap, a very brief recap with Patrick Obath, we went through quite an intensive set of sessions from all the sectors which had been asked to sit down, think, come up with diagnosis, self-diagnosis of what they think the issue is with their sector, what ails them when it comes to corruption and fighting corruption, and what they think or they interpret as a solution or as a cure or the beginnings of a cure of corruption. That was yesterday. We also had a session from the multi-agency task force, and that's the one, if you are here, that was led by the Honorable the Attorney General, and he had leaders of agencies here speaking to us, taking feedback through the Mentimeter, and we had managed to give them quite a number of issues that people had in their minds. That session was also part of what we are doing here for these 2 days, which is trying to dig down as deeply as you can possibly get to what the problem is, because sometimes the problem is that we don't know what the problem is. And also, more importantly, to start figuring out, as Kenyans, what can we do to try and start resolving a very, very thorny problem, one that has been with us for a very long time, one that all of us are saying the same thing, it's a problem. As you heard in the prayer, it's denying us the right to what we, all of us as Kenyans, deserve. But we still haven't come up with a solution that is long-lasting, and that's what these 2 days are all about. I'm just recapping that because it informs the rest of this conference, which is the next few hours as we start going through some of the stuff we went through yesterday. We're now asking the people who will come, and I'll introduce them to you, to come and now do their pledges and say, this is what in my particular sector I will do. We will still challenge them, so if you still have your Mentimeter on, feel free to keep pushing back, and we'll try and incorporate some of these even as we go on. And then at the very end of it, we come up with a way forward that hopefully drives us some way into resolving the issue of corruption. So for now, I want to ask Architect Lee Kariori, who's the co-chair of the multi-sectoral initiative, to come and just take us through very briefly what this journey has been like, because it's quite an extensive journey. It started many months ago and it'll continue for many months to come. But just to give us a feel for what that is like, and then we'll continue, like we said, we're looking at the different sectors.
Your Excellency, the Deputy President, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. We would like to give you an overview on what the multi-sectoral initiative against corruption has been doing and convening this very, very important conference here at the Bomas of Kenya. And first is to introduce the people who have been working and representing all the sectors. Very, very quickly, I would like to ask my colleagues to step here. Some are behind, and those who are right here in the front could remain where they are. Patrick Obath and the team, it's good to recognize those who have been working for quite some time, making sure that together and leading our sectors, we fight corruption in this nation. We have my co-chair, Patrick Obath, from the private sector. We also have Karanja Kabage from the private sector, Karo Kariuki, the CEO of KEPSA, Father Joseph Mutie, religious sector, right here. We have also Bishop John Warari, seated somewhere, Sheikh Abdallah, who prayed, religious sector, Irene Onyoike, professional sector, Daisy Amdani, women sector, Eunice Nyala, women sector, Stella Agara, women sector, For the youth, Duncan Muchama, Quinta Odongo, they represent the youth sector. These are all leaders, national leaders in the various sectors. Media, Wilfred Kivoro, sitting here. Bedan Bogua, media sector. We also have Eric Oduo, media sector. Representing the civil society, Samuel Kimeu, Suba Churchill, and Stephen Cheboy. From the academia, we have Professor Mumo Kisau here, Mutheu Kasanga from academia. Transport sector, Edwin Mukabana, who is here. And we have ex-officio members who have been joining us from institutions of government for purposes of advice. Joseph Musili from the Directorate of National Values. Across there, David Gadi, National Anti-Corruption Steering Committee. Sitting there, Vincent Onkogo, Director at EACC. There, and Lucy Kinodia, Director at EACC, colleague to Vincent. Let's appreciate our leaders who have worked very hard. Thank you. You may be seated. Your Excellency, the purpose of this conference, convened by the Sectoral Initiative Against Corruption, is to bring us together, the leaders from all the sectors of the society, together with the government leadership, to have a unified fight against corruption. And over the last 5 months, when we have met leaders from across the country, we have agreed that enough is enough, and this is a time for a new beginning. We cannot continue the way we have been, seeing our country suffer, loss of jobs, poor services that are caused by corruption. And we would like to see a turnaround. And our sectors will be giving actual commitments. Right from yesterday, the delegates who are here, the distinguished guests who listened, we were able to present commitments that we are going to undertake, and we will be hearing summaries. The various arms of government are also represented here today, and will be experiencing some of their comments on the way forward in terms of their commitments to fight corruption. And therefore, this conference is different. It's not a talk shop or a place to come and blame game and blame each other. It's to look for solutions together and move forward together. We went through a self-reflection approach in our meetings, and each of the sectors had meetings with about 200 leaders, national leaders in every sector, and we all agreed that we have failed this nation. We have taken a responsibility that it is our job together to find the solutions. Therefore, it is a time to reform from an individual to the sector, to the community, and to the nation. It's a time to turn around, and we believe that this conference will give us the endorsement to move forward and fight corruption together. Among the cross-cutting areas that we have looked at and will move forward together is promoting national values. For prevention of corruption, we need to reform people from the inside. So Chapter 10 of the Constitution, we would like to bring it to ourselves and to the rest of every Kenyan. Citizen mobilization against corruption, we would like every citizen to be part of this journey. The public, the members of the public are also involved in corruption, and we want them to be part of the solution. And we are also looking at Chapter 6 of the Constitution, promoting good leadership and integrity among our leaders, both in the public and the private sector. Private means non-government, covering all of us, and at all levels of our society. That is a cross-cutting area, and we also have encouraged our religious leaders to have a divine strategy, including all of us, to pray for this nation against corruption. As I conclude my remarks, together in this conference, we would like to create a national movement, a movement against corruption, where each one of us has a role to play. Every citizen has a role to play, to have a united approach in creating this movement. You know, the moment civilians join a war, we know we have to win the war. We cannot lose the war when the civilians are also involved. So every Kenyan will do their very best and no surrender. Going forward, we have a 4-year plan. Our committee has a 4-year plan, 2019 to 2022. We have what we call immediate deliverables, what we must do now, because we are looking at action and the results. And in the 90 days coming, we need to do things that can bring impact. Short term is 1 year, and middle term, 2.5 years. We would like to wish you our best wishes during this conference. Give us your input and let us partner together to fight corruption. And we know that God will bless us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee Karori. And as Lee described this process, it's been quite a lengthy process, and it's one that will go on. Now, where I come from, which a lot of people don't know, we have a saying that says, kohozi halifichiki. So in this case, police band haifichiki, and the choirs that are here hazifichiki. So that gives you an inclination as to where we are with the program. So just to be clear, any moment now, we're expecting our guest of honor, His Excellency the President. He's already departed the previous function he was at, which, as you'll find out in the news later, and I'm still a news person, was at the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, where the forensic lab was being launched. So he's on his way, and as you'd expect, he's not going to get caught up in traffic, so that's why you're seeing a lot of scrambling. Or he may get caught up in traffic, I don't know. So in case he doesn't get caught up in traffic, he'll be here in very few minutes. But because we don't want to keep you waiting for too much longer, if you look at the program that we have, what we want to go into is two things. One is Caro Karaoke, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, which has been helping to drive this multi-sectoral initiative, has a report. It says Mentimeter report, and what that is just a much deeper what people call a deeper dive into the statistics. Because there's a lot that was done before we all came here yesterday. As Lee Karori said, this has been going on for many months. And as yesterday as well, there was a lot of data, a lot of information that you gave within the Mentimeter process, that all of which was being captured. Some of it is a sentiment, positive, negative, and otherwise. Some of it is qualitative, which is just the things that you were saying. This is what you have seen, this is what you hope to get, this is where we think things are wrong, this is what we believe can be done. So all that she will present and be able to bring us in a much more concise way what these conversations are about. There's another section which is a presentation of the summary of the sectors and the cross-sector corruption areas which have been identified. So I hope it makes sense. One is, in your particular sector, you may have individual issues. So in the media sector, for instance, you may say one of our issues is bribery of journalists, low pay, etc., which may not apply to any other sector. But there may be some that are cross-cutting. Think of things that may not occur to us very readily, like sexual harassment in the workplace. Think of issues such as cultural issues. Those may cut across the number of sectors. So that will be presented by Patrick Obath, and he will also have with him quite a number of people who will be speaking from the different sectors, from the religious sector to academia, the professional sector, the youth sector, civil society organizations, women, media, the development partners, and transport. So all that will be done in order. So for now, what I want to do is ask Patrick to come, very briefly take us through sort of that feel for what is going on. When His Excellency the President gets here, we will welcome him and he'll continue, or rather he'll join us as we continue in this discussion. So Patrick, unless I hear very loud cars coming, if you're able to come up to stage, and then we shall continue as and when we're allowed to by the program.
Thank you very much. I'm back again. I will now start giving you the areas of corruption that were identified during the time when the various sectors did a deep dive, sector by sector. This is a combination of the general areas that were found. And I'd like to give a big thank you to the youth sector of KEPSA and all their friends and everything else who actually helped us in terms of running this program to be able to get to the details that we currently have in front of you. And I hope those of you who are present can see it on either side. So, the first form of corruption, and they're actually maybe thinking that they might actually overlap, and they may do in some instances. The first form of corruption that was seen across is bribery. And this includes all the forms of corruption that we know it as individuals. Toa kitu kidogo, chai, all those things. Ya wazee, sijui nini. Hiyo kitu mnaulizwa yote. That came out across most of the sectors as a common way of people asking for a bribe. That has to stop. That's one of the things that has to stop. Mtu akisema toa chai, mwambie chai, siku tembea nayo. Lazima niende kwa jikoni niipike kwanza. So please let us try and avoid aiding corruption by doing this kind of thing. Sisi tusitoe chai hata kitu kidogo ama vitu kama hivyo. Cha pili is fraud. And this is, you're now coming up a bit higher up into the hierarchy of corruption. Misappropriation of assets, wale ambao wanachukua vitu ambavyo si zao na wanatumia ofisi yao kuchukua hivyo vitu. So the misappropriation of assets came out as a big issue across most of the sectors. And this is as simple as people taking assets that belong to an organization and they put it to their own use, which they should not do. When I'm given a company car and I'm supposed to use it for certain things, and then I go and use it for something different. That is misappropriation. Lakini tumezoea kufanya hivyo, sivyo? So we don't think there's anything wrong with it. So simple things like that are the ones that we talk about misappropriation of assets. And then embezzlement of funds. I think this one everybody knows, I don't need to go into. Wale ambao wanajitolea kwenda kuiba pesa ya wananchi. And I think there have been a lot of cases that have come through NYS, Nini, whatever, all those things that have happened in the government sector, but also in the private sector it happens. You've seen banks collapsing, you've seen all those kind of things, where individuals in the banks have actually gone out and done that. So embezzlement of funds is another area of fraud. Falsifying results. This happens across all the sectors. A lot of us are under pressure to perform and to look good in our own individual areas. So even when I'm responsible for a particular marketing activity in my company, and then I go and sort of ask people to give certain information in a certain way, so I begin to shine to my superiors. Starting from that level, all the way to the top, where a company is actually telling its investors that this is how we've done, but in fact it's the wrong way around. Then you see companies falling one after the other. But even in the public sector, where we say we are doing very well, tumepeana hivi tu kila kitu and all the rest of it, you come to the bottom, it's not actually there. But at the top we are saying, tumepeana, for want of a better word, tumepeana pesa mjengewe shule huko. But at the point in time, nobody has seen anything. That's falsifying results. And then the next item is tax abuse. Na hii kuna watu ambaye kazi yao ni kuangalia hiyo tu. How can I get around the tax? What can I do to avoid tax? Or the people who go to the tax office And when they're dealing with somebody in the tax office, unaambiwa toa kitu kidogo, ile ya kwanza. And then you don't pay tax. Tusipotoa ushuru, alafu tunalipa mtu tusitoe ushuru, tunafikiria ya kwamba serikali inaweza kutusaidia kama hatutoi ushuru. Let us not talk about the delivery of results. Let's just talk about giving the government of this country a chance to serve us by paying tax willingly. A lot of people spend a lot of time trying to avoid paying tax, which is due. There is also tax efficiency, but I don't want to go into that area. And then, can you put it here for me as well, please? And then there is market abuse. Conflict of interest. That happens a lot when I'm in one organization and I'm also in another organization, and I use information from one organization to help the other organization, which I, as a professional, have written down and said, that is outside my code of conduct. That is not what I'm supposed to do. Alafu, and this one I may be treading on very thin ice, but a member of parliament increasing his own salary. That's a conflict of interest. Somebody else should make that decision. Ideally, when we should recognize, tuone kule ambaye sisi tuzichukue pesa sisi wenyewe. Tuulize watu wengine ya kwamba sisi tunataka kujiongeza mshahara, tuifanyeje? So maybe one House of Parliament should ask the other House of Parliament. I don't know whether that will work, maybe not. But ideally, we should avoid conflict of interest and say, I would like something done, but if I do it, I'll have a conflict. Who would like to do it on my behalf? Alafu wewe ukae kando. That is a big one. There is also what they call regulatory abuse. And this is a very simple thing. I can design laws in this country that allows me, as the person at the top of that regulatory pillar, to make money as a result of something that has gone through parliament, has been passed, but the way I designed it, if you remember my idea of an engineer writing the specification, but I designed the regulation, it goes up, it is passed, and then it comes back to me. And then I begin to use that regulation now to make money. Nimekaa hapa, you want permission, a license, hey, I have to pay something for that license. That is an example of regulatory abuse, and that happens everywhere. I was talking to somebody yesterday who told me that even small SMEs who should not pay tax at all or pay a small amount of tax, we are finding the different county officers going there and harassing them, saying, leteni pesa, when really they should not. And they come there on a Saturday, on a Friday, sorry, telling you, kwamba usipolipa hiyo pesa tutakufunga. That happens there. That is basically regulatory abuse. And then one that happens to a lot of us, which is counterfeit. And this one, I don't need to sort of talk too much. Counterfeit currency, a lot of people are doing that. The importation and production of counterfeit goods. This is something that you saw with your own eyes over the last 6 or 7 months. There has been a lot of material that has been confiscated coming into the country that should not really be coming in because it does not meet the standards that are required. There are some people who are daring enough to bring them in through the traditional routes, but pay people to allow them to come in. But there are those who are even more sneakier. They don't even go through the traditional routes. Wanatumia zile barabara za panya ambaye ziko kando kando to bring in counterfeit goods into this country. That is part of the corruption that we are seeing here. Lakini sisi tukiona sukari ambaye bei yake iko chini kuliko ile sukari ya kawaida, tunanunua hiyo. Lakini hiyo pengine haijakaguliwa vizuri, alafu itawaua watu. Counterfeit goods are dangerous. The fact that they're cheap does not mean they're good. But if we continue to let them come in, then the volume that is required to make goods in this country will not be there, so they become expensive. False pretenses. Ule unajiweka kwamba wewe ni fulani lakini wewe ni fulani, ni mtu mwingine kabisa. That is also corruption. Kuna watu wanakuja mahali wanasema mimi ni fulani, hebu fanyeni hivi ama mtoe pesa. Lakini yeye sio huyo mtu, lakini sababu hamjui, mtafikiria pengine amevaa uniform, amevaa kila kitu, anajitolea, anajifanya hivyo. And somebody has put there unqualified professionals. I don't need to sort of elaborate on that. And we've seen in the newspapers a lot of people operating as doctors for I don't know how many months, until something goes wrong and all of a sudden those people are then arrested at that point in time. So please check the qualification of the person who is giving you a service. Si fikiri ni vibaya ukienda kwa daktari unamwambia wapi nini yako, wapi certificate yako? Alafu unapiga picha na simu, alafu unasema I'll go and check. It may take a bit of time, but it puts people on their toes. And the last one, under counterfeit, is fake degrees. Na hii tumesikia wakati wa nini wa elections. Watu ambao wanakimbia na degree zao wanapeleka hapo, lakini degree ambazo si za kawaida. Na kule amezitoa, those institutions are not well known. So all that is counterfeit. There's plenty of ways of doing counterfeit that are part of the corruption that is happening in this country. And I've talked about different sectors that are doing that. Laundering criminal proceeds. This is a very common one. And I think let me stop there because I'm seeing some action, so I'll allow. Yeah. So, laundering criminal proceeds. This is where watu wanachukua pesa, wanaenda wananunua kaploti mahali, na hizo pesa ni pesa za ufisadi, ama zile zimeibwa, ama vitu kama hivyo.
Tusimame sote tumkaribishe Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. We welcome His Excellency with a round of applause. Welcome, Your Excellency. Tusimame na tuungane kwa wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Nguvu yetu Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as Wallace Kaintai continues with today's program. Wallace, we continue.
So thank you. Hoping everyone is seated. We welcome you, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, also recognizing the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Ruto, and everyone else who is here in the room. We are joined by many, many people. Everyone from most of the government, cabinet secretaries, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, CEOs, chairmen of companies, ordinary citizens, and just people like myself who just want to know what's going on. Mtukufu Rais, karibu. Mahali ambapo umeingia umekuta Patrick Obath literally mid-sentence, and what Mr. Obath was doing was taking us through some of the things that we may not necessarily understand as corruption, the things that drive every sector, private sector, the religious sector, academia, and all the rest, and just taking a look at it in quite a level of detail. So we're going to continue that program with your permission, Your Excellency. We're going to continue that program where Patrick Obath will come back here, continue from where his sentence was left. Continue that section of the program, but also hear briefly from each of the sectors, and I'll introduce the people who will speak on behalf of these sectors so that we can have a much deeper look at what is ailing them, perhaps have a little bit of a conversation, and then look at all the rest. And the aim of this, as we keep reminding you, is to go down to the very bottom of corruption. The only way to have any chance of a cure of a disease is that if you understand that disease and diagnose it properly. So Patrick, if you can continue from where you left off.
Thank you very much. I was talking about market abuse, and we talked about regulatory abuse, when those in power use the regulations they have in their hand to demand money from people. That happens across all the sectors. People who have got the regulatory power in their hands and begin to use that. We've done counterfeit. So I'll talk about the laundering of criminal proceeds. I talked about drug trafficking. Dawa za kulevya. Zile ambayo, the ones that are grown and the ones that are also medicinal. We have a lot of people in the country who are doing drug trafficking, and that is a form of corruption. Human trafficking. Moving people from one part of the country to another, or from this country to another country, where people are being made a promise at the other end, and then they're left there on their own to actually then fend for themselves when somebody has made money out of that process. That is another form of corruption that came across when you're looking at all the sectors. And I'll move to the next bit, which maybe people think is basically private sector. Some of it is that. Capital flight. Moving money into tax havens. And that is helped by the two next items, which is over-invoicing and under-invoicing. Nikiwa na bidhaa nataka kuuza kule ng'ambo, naambiwa wenzangu kule muongeze pesa kidogo, ile gharama hiyo nitawalipa muongeze kidogo. Alafu hiyo pesa munitolee muniwekee kwenye bank huko nje. That is one form of corruption that a lot of people are doing when they're exporting goods from this country. And we have to pay from here. When imports are coming in, tunawaambia kwamba punguzeni hiyo bei nisilipe tax ikiingia Kenya. And that again is denying the government money that they should have to help us have our own things. So this whole area of using money, of using these trading activities that we have to take money out of the country or to reduce the money that is due to be paid into this country, that is what we call capital flight across all the sectors that we spoke to. Another form of corruption that came across in a lot of the sectors was the abuse of judicial process. Putting injunctions everywhere you can. And this came from the lawyers, from the legal sector that we have. How themselves, they start putting injunctions to try and avoid the rule of law from taking its route, its course. And it is us professionals who are doing that. When I know my duty as a lawyer is to represent my client as best as I can. But in your conscience, when you do this, asking for injunctions all the time, are you being honest with yourself? Is that integrity? By trying to frustrate the rule of law from taking its course. That came across from a lot of the sectors as part of what you see as corruption. And all those items, stays, deliberate delays, all these are items that our own professionals do to try and make the court get frustrated in delivering justice. Professional misconduct, and a lot of this happens. Watu ambao wana kazi wamepewa hapo kuhudumia wananchi, alafu hawako hapo wakati watu wanataka service yao. Doctors who prefer to go and work in their clinics instead of working in the government, and they open clinics elsewhere. You've left your duty which you are employed for. That is corruption. Professional negligence. And I spoke about the example of me as an engineer trying to make money out of a contract. That is actually criminal professional negligence. And we do it across all the sectors of professionals. Misappropriation of resources is almost similar to what I talked about earlier. Nipewa gari ya kampuni na nafanya kazi nyingine. Ninaenda kuchukua mchanga ya kujenga nyumba yangu badala ya kuchukua mchanga ya kampuni. These are all areas that we all do ourselves in the private sector, in the public sector. That is also a serious form of corruption. But in the professional sector, it is when I give you the wrong advice. Whether I'm an accountant, a lawyer, a doctor, whatever. If I give you wrong advice, and I know it is wrong, that is a form of corruption. Decadence. And this is basically one that a lot of us may say, no, pengine si hivyo. Wale walimu ambaye wanataka kuharibu wale wasichana ambao wako shuleni. Sex for grades. And it happens across the whole area. And you can hear here the educational sector talking about the corruption that happens in their own sectors. As we've been told earlier on, each sector actually looked at themselves and said, this is how corruption happens in our sector. So, shuleni, at work, even happens. For promotion purposes, people say, let's have an affair. For those of you who are here who do that and you see it happening, please speak out when that happens. Drug and substance abuse is another one. That is obvious. Money for degrees, I don't need to say any more about that. At least now we know in the transitional areas at the primary to secondary and so forth, a lot of that has now been taken care of by the activities of the various agencies in government to minimize the cost of transition from one part of education to another one. But at the degree level, is it happening? Are we sure that the people who are getting degrees have actually qualified to get them or not just bought them? Again, this came out primarily from the education sector, having looked at themselves. And then this is the last one, which is basically abuse of trust, where as an individual, somebody trusts you and then you go and use that trust to do something wrong. Some of the examples, and this again came from the women's sector very strongly, it was not done by anybody else. Women using women's solidarity initiatives for self and criminal gains. So it is up to you to actually talk about how you're going to make that change. And the corrective actions, the commitments about what people are going to do to correct all these different forms of corruptions in each sector is what is going to follow what I'm just about to finish. Each sector giving their commitment about how they're going to try and minimize these types of corruption in their sectors. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Patrick. So, as we said, we now want to listen to each sector, and it's a very brief presentation of a much longer one that they made yesterday and a much longer process that they engaged with. And what it is that each sector will come up here and speak about their commitments, simply their commitments. But as we said, for those of you that have been here for the last 2 days and were here this morning, If you still want to continue giving your feedback, the Mentimeter is still open, and you're still able to keep giving back your thoughts and giving your feedback about what you think of each. So I'll call all of them each in order, and I'll begin with Father Joseph Mutie, who's the chair of the Interreligious Council of Kenya, who's speaking on behalf of the religious sector.
Good afternoon, and praise be to the Lord. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the religious leaders, having done a self-reflection, have resolved that as we work to mainstream anti-corruption messages in our sermons, both in the churches, mosques, temples, and all our religious institutions, we commit to continue to execute our mandate as custodians and inculcators of ethics and values, from early childhood to old age, using our platforms as well as our vast networks and structures of communication. We shall offer chaplaincy in all institutions. We will work. We commit to offer our religious institutions as safe spaces for restitution and restoration of corrupt individuals, as well as aid in asset recovery as soon as the necessary mechanisms are agreed upon. We will actively participate in the proposed multi-sectoral body corporate, bringing together all sectors and government in tackling corruption, which we hope will be declared a national disaster. We applaud the concerted efforts of the government, the private sector, and the public in the fight against corruption. We urge that we don't blame each other, but work towards strengthening our institutions that are mandated to aid in the fight against corruption. May the Lord bless this movement, and may the Lord bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Mutie. And we're back to yesterday's discipline of time. He took 1 minute and 40 seconds, and I'd given him 3. Next, we're going to hear from Mumo Kisau. Professor Mumo Kisau is a chair of the Kenya Private Universities Association, and is speaking on behalf of academia.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to come to give the commitments of the academic sector from the kindergarten to the university level. We in the academic sector, we commit to mainstream national values and ethics in all our academic programs from ECD to university level, in the spirit of train a child in the way he should go, and even when he grows old, he shall not forget it. It is therefore our commitment that the curriculum designer shall ensure that national values and integrity are key outcomes of learning. And it's our prayers that the Ministry of Education will be able to facilitate in communicating this our commitment to all stakeholders. Secondly, we commit to entrench anti-corruption strategies in the academic sector through formulation of policies that effectively prevent and discourage corrupt practices through use of technology. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we commit to have Anti-Corruption Week in all learning institutions for heightened awareness. May God help us to slay this dragon of corruption. We commit to support you, Your Excellency, in winning this war. God bless.
Thank you, Prof. Next is Irene Wanyoike, and Mrs. Irene Wanyoike is a chair of the Association of Professional Societies of East Africa, better known to many of us as APSIA, and she's speaking on behalf of the professional sector.
Your Excellencies, all protocol observed. As we have heard, my name is Irene Wanyoike, representing professionals in this country, over 28 professional bodies, and we have met, and the following is what we have agreed as professionals, that we commit ourselves to strengthen the codes of conduct for all professional bodies. And those who do not have codes of conduct, we are going to assist them to develop the codes of conduct. As you well know, professionals are guided by codes of conduct and disciplinary committees. So we commit ourselves to strengthen and to ensure that every profession has got a disciplinary committee, and that is to discipline errant members, strike out from the register, and cancel their licenses. We commit to do that, Your Excellency. We will do this in partnership between ourselves, that is the professional organizations, and ethics and anti-corruption, because we have been working together in the past. So we want to enhance this, and we want to ask the government, once we deregister, once we cancel a license, Your Excellency, do not give them jobs, please. The other commitment that we commit ourselves as professionals, because we are involved in corruption, that one we have agreed, is to help vet professionals who want to hold jobs in public and state offices. We will help the government, we will assist the government to actually vet them, and in return, we are asking the government to pass a policy that all professionals must be registered with their relevant professional bodies. Every professional must be registered so that they are accountable to us. APSIA is the umbrella body, they are accountable to us, and we will commit ourselves to do that. The other thing that we commit ourselves to do as professionals, and is already ongoing, is to carry out mentorship programs to our youth. We have realized there is a gap. Our youth are not being mentored. They come out of universities straight to the offices. We are in the process of laying out strategies of these mentorship programs, and we will be coming to you who are here, our stakeholders, the development partners, the private sector, so that you can help us, because all this will require some funds. Lord bless Kenya in this war against corruption. Thank you.
Now, I don't know how many of you can see this front section. If you can, you may have noticed that His Excellency the President, as soon as certain things are being mentioned, he's taking his writing pad and pen out and actually writing them down. So, sio kuongea peke yake. Now, the next one is one which a lot of us are in, and many of us left it very recently, which is a youth sector. And I want to invite Duncan Mochama from the Africa Youth Leadership Forum.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's afternoon, eh? I want to start by asking one question. How many of you have ever gone back to your high schools or primary school, not to vote, not for Harambes, but to walk with that lady and gentleman who is back there? As I stand before you, I'm a product of good mentorship. There are a group of men who decided to mentor me and walk with me. And as they always ask, who are your five? And today, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you, who are your five? Because that is one of our commitments. We need to have an alternative to the narrative that there is corruption everywhere and the youth are actually corrupt. So we will immediately embark on an identification and recruitment exercise for culture change champions as role models in the fight against corruption. So join us. From today also, we are establishing a social movement. So with the youth in the room, we are asking you to join us. Those who care, partner with us so that we can actually do away with this monster called corruption. Again, as the youth, we will, whenever called upon, facilitate the elaborate awareness campaigns at where we will find the youth. That is at sporting events, entertainment, and also we will do a sustained social media approach. And our approach is a three-pronged approach where we will be online, we will be on air, and we will be on ground. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
It's always good when you see young men in suits. Next is the private sector, and we're going to hear from Habi Lolaka, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Bankers Association, to speak on behalf of that sector.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to present the commitments from the private sector. And the first commitment, which is in the immediate term, is the fact that the private sector was heavily involved in the enactment of the Bribery Act. And now we commit to expedite the development of the regulations that will aid in the full implementation of this act. In the short term, we commit to aid in fast-tracking the enactment of the Whistleblower Protection Bill. In the medium term, we commit to prepare an anti-corruption policy that will be adopted by the signatories to the Code of Ethics for Business in Kenya. This is a code that has been adopted by members of the private sector, and it will be implemented in collaboration with the UN Global Compact. Similarly, in the medium term, we also commit to establish a public register that will be showing all the beneficial ownership of companies to introduce some transparency in the process. And we also, in the medium term, commit to establish a corruption reference bureau. This is one that will work in exactly the same way that the Credit Reference Bureau works, where a credit provider can access information on an entity that it's intending to deal with and establish the credit profile of the borrower, in which case, in this case, an entity will be able to establish the corruption profile of the entity that it intends to deal with. And finally, we commit to support an amendment to the law to bring lawyers as reporting entities to the Financial Reporting Center within the framework of the anti-money laundering, countering financing of terrorism. As I say,
thank you, Habil. The next one is one that I think, again, all of us are very familiar with, which is a civil society sector, or what's called CSOs. In this case, represented by Samuel Kimeo, who's the Executive Director of Transparency International. When you speak about corruption, he's right at home. Not because you're corrupt, but because you fight it. Karibu.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I present on behalf of civil society organizations, and we commit to adopt a public benefits organization service charter that is going to help us improve and instill best standards in the sector. We are aware that there is need for the PBO Act to be operationalized to enable us to do this. We will do civic and political education for the public to reject officials implicated in corruption, while mobilizing communities in reclaiming grabbed public spaces. And in this, Your Excellencies, we recognize that in terms of leadership, the ethical standard is what applies. The public discourse today seems to be that people are innocent until they are proven guilty. And we want to posit that standard is for purposes of punishment and not for purposes of leadership. Leadership is a trust. In terms of reclaiming grabbed spaces, Your Excellency has ordered the titling of schools, and a lot of work has gone into this. We want to support this work to completion and to extend it to reclaim all other spaces that have been taken up by corrupt people. And lastly, we will name and shame people involved in corruption and mobilize the public to boycott products or businesses associated with the corrupt. And in doing this, as well as in reclaiming our spaces, we are simply taking away the proceeds and the fruits of corruption, which is essential in putting an end to corruption. Finally, corruption, as defined by Transparency International, is the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. And we know that this takes mainly through the public space, and we will work with all sectors to make sure that we get rid of the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. Thank you.
Pole, I hope everyone is okay. Next is the women's sector, which is mentioned quite a bit. And in this case, we're going to hear from Stella Agara. Stella Agara is the AU ambassador, an anti-corruption advisor, and the Emerging Leaders Foundation of Kenya. The longest business card I have seen so far. Karibu.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Stella Agara, as you have been told, the AU Youth Ambassador for Anti-Corruption in East Africa and affiliated with the Emerging Leaders Foundation. I'll be presenting the sector commitments for women who were represented or constituted of Crown Trust, which is also the Secretariat for the National Women's Steering Committee that has representatives in this crowd from 40 counties, the Kenya Association of Women Business Owners, the Emerging Leaders Foundation, which represents young women's interest, and is the organization I represent here, Women Corporate Directors, Maendeleo ya Wanawake Organization, Women in Corporate, and also the women living with disability. The sector was represented in the steering committee by Daisy Mdanyi, Eunice Nyala, and myself. And as a sector, we committed ourselves to address the causative factors that are causing women to engage in corruption or partake of corruption. We commit to collaborate to enforce the 2/3 constitutional gender principle, to harness the untapped potential of women in leadership. This is as part of our commitment to the rule of law, and also as part of our contribution to leadership for the fight against corruption. We also commit ourselves to establish a biennial framework for a gender roundtable with the President, and this we would like to establish in order to ensure that we provide an accountability platform to follow up on the commitments you're making here forth and to continue discussing the status of women and corruption with the President and the nation. Third, we commit to develop a framework for the implementation of gender-responsive budgeting to ensure development responsiveness to women's needs. Over and above all, Mr. President, we commit ourselves to pray for you, for your team, and for the nation of Kenya to ensure that we commit the fight against corruption into the hands of Yahweh. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. Next, I need to introduce him carefully because at some point he was my boss, is Wilfred Kiboro, who's a chair of the Nation Media Group. And this one, I think all of us are paying very close attention to Mr. Kiboro. What are the commitments from the media sector?
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kiboro, and I represent the media sector. Your Excellency, the media is the fourth estate. It receives its mandate from the people to hold the three arms of government accountable. Today I see all the arms of government are represented here, the executive, the judiciary, and the executive. Your Excellency, I'm here to tell you that the fourth estate, the media, will do just that, holding the government to account. In this regard, the media will step up investigation, reporting and exposing all mega cases of corruption involving all the three arms of government. Judiciary will receive special attention as, in our view, it has refused to listen to the voices of the people. I hope the CJ who is here today will today speak to Wanjiku. The judiciary appears to be spending most of its resources and time hearing frivolous petitions to protect criminals and their own in cahoots with the legal fraternity instead of serving Wanjiku. My observation here is that if the judiciary does not listen to Wanjiku, I promise you Wanjiku will take action. On the executive, Your Excellency, the media will continue to do what it has been doing, focusing on exposing the cases at the national and county government, corruption in ministries, state corporations, where the stealing of public funds is rampant. Through, you know it all, fake tenders, inflated tenders, bribes, outright theft of assets and resources, nepotism, you know it all. Mr. President, I am very sorry to have to tell you, you have an uphill task in your executive because quite a number of your cabinet secretaries do not seem to believe that this fight against corruption can be won, and that is a difficulty in itself. The legislature has been a big letdown to the people. In terms of their oversight responsibilities and also legislation and oversight responsibilities of the executive. They stand accused of looking after their own personal and collective interests than serving the people they are supposed to serve. The fourth estate will shine their spotlight on the National Assembly, the Senate, the county assemblies to expose the corruption in these institutions and demand accountability. Your Excellency, on the private sector, corruption involves a giver and a taker. The private sector is the giver and the ultimate beneficiary of corrupt practices and transactions. The media will continue to relentlessly expose corrupt corporates, institutions, professionals, individuals, graft cartels engaging in corruption. We want to drain the swamp that harbors and entertains and drives on corruption, including the media sector, I'm ashamed to say. The culture of brown envelope journalism and journalists for hire has to stop. Agents and institutions that facilitate, cover up corruption and frustrate the fight on corruption, such as law firms, engineering firms, construction companies, lawyers, engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, real estate, financial institutions, banks, will come under media microscope, I promise you. And finally, our commitment, Your Excellency, is to support warriors and champions that are fighting corruption. The media commits to collaborate with and give support and voice to the institutions, agencies, and individuals who have demonstrated the resolve, the tenacity, and the commitment to fight corruption despite the blocks placed in their way. The media will support you, Your Excellency, in the fight against corruption. We will support the Intergovernmental Agencies Committee and institutions that are mandated to fight the corruption, such as the EACC, the DPP, the DCI, that are now, I'm happy to say, showing some promise in their commitment to deal with this issue. I want to tell your troops, Your Excellency, starting with Nudin, Haji, Mr. Kenoti, Barak, Wakina Matiangi, the Attorney General. Matiangi is a good friend of mine, so don't worry so much about that. You guys, you are doing a wonderful job. You are not alone. We will support you every inch of the way. We have to deal with this. The media will give voice to the various groups and sectors that have shown some seriousness in fighting that corruption, particularly the youth, the women, the civil society, churches, religious organizations. We need to keep this fire alive. Mr. President, I want to add my remarks now to say and to tell you that extraordinary circumstances demand extraordinary measures. And we are asking you, our President, to use whatever measures the Constitution allows you to do to declare corruption a national emergency and disaster to be able to deal decisively with this menace. Finally, we are asking you, Mr. President, to set up a legal, regulatory, or institutional framework, perhaps under the multi-sector initiative against corruption, to ensure every single citizen in this land is involved in the fight against corruption. Your Excellency, we are done with talking, and I'm done with talking. Let's roll our sleeves and get to work. I know we can't change the direction of the wind, but we can adjust the sails to reach our destination. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And please note, in case you are not observing, hakuna kamera hata moja imezimwa wakati ambapo alikuwa akifanya commitments za media sector. Zote zimenukulu hayo maneno. The next one is one that, again, we're all looking forward to, because it's a one, whenever you ask corruption this, corruption that, it's the first one you always mention, which is the transport sector, mambo ya matatu. Edwin Mukabana is the managing director of Kenya Bus Services. Come and speak on everyone's behalf.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand here also as the chairman of the Federation of Public Transport Sector. We know we are the face of corruption. Everybody sees us every day. And Your Excellency, we're just doing a small computation that if you take 200 shillings from 15,000 matatus in Nairobi, in a year we lose 1.1 billion. So if the council Askari takes 200, police takes 200, and then we have what we call cartels take 200 and organized groups take 200, and then the driver steals from you 200. Your Excellency, you can see the money you have to do good public transport system in Nairobi is all here. We can assist you get this money, and our commitment here today is to assist you get that money collected. So, Your Excellency, we have taxis, we have border borders, we have matatus, we have trucks, and we have private sector. A lot of times when we talk of road transport sector, we only think of corruption with public transport sector, but we know all of us, in one way or another, participate in this. Your Excellency, I do not want to say a lot, but I would also like to mention the interfaces that we have when we have corruption, especially with our government officers. Sometimes we say private sector, but we are also aware that quite a number of our government officers, especially in police, are also with us. So sometimes we don't know whether they will arrest us or not, or when they own a Sienta, we don't know whether they will arrest the Sienta or the Pro Box or not. So, Your Excellency, we would like to commit to certain things. One of the things that we would like to commit to is technology. That we want to commit ourselves
that we would like you bring in as much as you can, and I think NTSA has done quite a lot in terms of technology. And we would like to see the cashless system brought, and we would like to see the driving license, the current driving license rolled out to the matatu sector. This would start tracking behavior, and this will help the industry. Your Excellency, I don't know if you are aware that transport is the only sector that doesn't have a training institution, that you have Bandari for marine, you have a railway training school for rail, you have the East African School of Aviation for air, and even you have Munderat for pipeline. What do we have for public transport? Your Excellency, I hear a lot of people coming to blame people in the industry. But how can you blame people you have not invested in? We are who we are because we are trained. Your Excellency, train us and we will change. So train us up to, Your Excellency, any research that is done in this country, you bring in consultants. Why can't we have African consultants here? Why can't we have Kenyan consultants here? Your Excellency, we commit that we are going to be with you when we are learning the Traffic Act, and we are going to be with you when all this change. Your Excellency, there's something else, that we have NYS guarding all petrol stations, all airports and all over. We don't have anybody doing for us, staying on our stages. We commit that when you bring NYS to our stages, we will cooperate with them so that we remove organized gangs. Your Excellency, at way bridges, we will do what we can to cooperate with the way bridges and ensure that we do what is required, and we'll cooperate with motor vehicle inspection to ensure that all our vehicles are inspected. We commit, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Edwin Mukabana, speaking on behalf of the transport sector. The Kenya Matatu Academy, coming soon. Now, the final speaker and the final sector is one that we wanted to do last for a very good reason, not just about the sector that is being represented here, which is the development partners, but because the person who's going to speak up here has been a partner for quite a lengthy time now. He's almost speaking perfect Swahili, but this might be one of his last opportunities before he says goodbye to us, since his tour of duty is about to come to an end. So this one I want to introduce specially. This is Ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Robert Godek, US Ambassador to Kenya. A big round of applause. And while I'll still be strict on time, but if he wants to take half a minute or two to wish us goodbye, I will allow that. Ambassador Godek.
Waheshimiwa mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo. Habari zenu? Mambo? Poa. Poa sana. At the outset, please allow me, on behalf of international partners, to offer deepest condolences to the families and friends of all those who were killed in last week's terrible terrorist attack on the Dusit Hotel complex. We offer our support and best wishes to all those who were injured. We condemn this attack unequivocally. Now is the time for us to come together and recommit to reject such senseless acts of violence. The international community, the United States, and others stand with Kenya in the fight against terrorism. It's an honor to address this important gathering today on behalf of 13 foreign missions here in Kenya. And I'd like to briefly summarize our statement on this challenge and our commitments. As international partners, we are committed to supporting Kenya's fight against corruption and its goal of greater prosperity for all of its citizens. Achieving these goals will happen only through strong Kenyan political leadership, supported by zero tolerance for corruption from all Kenyans. Corruption is theft from the Kenyan people, and it's long undermined the country's prosperity, its security, and its democracy. No country, including all of ours, is free from this scourge. Many of us have faced exactly the same challenges that you face today. But until it's fully dealt with, corruption will undermine Kenya's long-term progress. I'd now like to briefly summarize some of the commitments from the international partners to help Kenya address this challenge. We will continue providing wide-ranging assistance and support for efforts to combat corruption at the county and at the national level. We will coordinate our assistance to eliminate redundancy and to maximize effectiveness. We will raise awareness through a strong public voice that encourages those who are active in the fight against corruption and calls attention to actions, individuals, and groups that are hindering progress. We will work with our country's business communities to ensure that they adhere to the highest ethical codes of conduct. We will offer technical assistance and capacity building to relevant Kenyan bodies in our areas of experience and expertise. We will model transparency in the implementation of our own procurements and accountability in our response to those who attempt to misuse our development assistance. We will build on our existing efforts and find new ways to strengthen public financial management systems, investigations and enforcement, governance, accountability, and transparency. We will be responsive partners in the seizure and return of assets gained from the proceeds of corrupt practices, ensuring assets are returned to Kenya. We will elevate our partnership with the Kenyan government, supporting it in the fight against corruption. As partners, we will make progress toward meeting our commitments to the Kenyan government and look forward to similar progress on commitments made by the Kenyan government to its people and to the international community. Through over 20 programs, our governments already support many of the agencies in Kenya most active in the fight against corruption. We will continue to work closely with our government and non-governmental counterparts to further reduce corruption in Kenya. We are committed partners in Kenya's fight against corruption. Those are our commitments. On behalf of the United States, let me simply add this. I've had the great privilege, great honor of serving in this magnificent country with all of you, absolutely wonderful Kenyan people. You are truly a great people. And what I have learned and seen and heard across the time that I've been here leads me to believe absolutely that Kenya can win this fight. I urge you to seize this moment, this opportunity, under the leadership of His Excellency President Kenyatta, his entire government, the other branches of government. I urge you to seize this moment as leaders and as citizens. You can defeat corruption. I believe in a brighter future for Kenya, a Kenya free of corruption. Pamoja tusonge mbele, asanteni sana, kwaheri.
The only thing that Ambassador Godek, has he gone far? He didn't tell us was where the Nyama Choma is before in Itangwa leaving party. We'll find out soon enough. But we thank him and we thank everyone who's spoken from all the sectors, the religious, academic, professional, youth, private sector, civil society, women's, media, transport, and the last one, which was the development partners. These are the commitments that have been made by all these different sectors. It's up to us to sit here, believe them, not believe them, interrogate them, and be sure that when we come back here after however long, and we'll be guided as to how long we'll come back here, we can actually point to them and say, you said you're going to do this. It is now 2 months later, it's now 6 months later, it's now a year later, and we're seeing no signs of what's going on. So, We want to engage now in two sessions. The first one will have Carol Kariuki, who's the CEO of KEPSA, familiar to all of us, who will take us through, as we outlined before, a report from the Mentimeter, which is what we've been doing all through and has been happening over the past few months, taking us through a bit of the quantitative and qualitative elements of this. But as she's coming onto stage, I want to ask the following to please come backstage, and you'll be guided once you reach there. This is Ambassador Stefano Dejak, who's a European Union ambassador to Kenya. Nick Haley, who's also, he's the British High Commissioner to Kenya. Siddharth Chatterjee, the UN resident coordinator to Kenya. And Mark Messick, the mission director of USAID Kenya and East Africa. If you can please, I can see Mr. Anjohe guiding you. We want to move smoothly into the next section. So for now, Carol will take us through this. Then after that, we will hear from this panel.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'll take a minute and a half. And the reason is what you've heard from the sectors. When we engaged all of them, we also summarized some of the areas that they said about corruption. But what we did, we used tools. And these were the use of Mentimeter, what we call a Mentimeter, force field analysis, accountability maps, so that whatever information you gave us was anonymous, so that we could get the true picture of what you're saying. Because today, if we put those sectors here and we tell them, have you ever taken a bribe? The chances are someone will say no. But if you give them a tool which is anonymous, they're likely to put the real information. So I'll take you very, very briefly on what, in general, what the sectors said on a few of those questions. And I'll begin with the first one, when we asked them, what does the word corruption mean to you? And when you look at what some of them said, impunity, injustice, fraud, misappropriation of resources, cancer, bribery, moral decadence, theft. But the majority said it was theft. So we really can identify corruption, in another word, as theft. That's what came out from all the sectors. Then we asked another question. Have you ever received a bribe? And out of all those sectors that were represented here today, we used to have a meeting of about 150 to 200 of the sector leaders of each sector and ask these questions in an anonymous way using the tools. And we asked, have you ever received a bribe? And 60% said yes, and 40% said no. Have you ever paid a bribe? 83% said yes, and 17% said no. Then we looked at a few different sectors, and we asked them, like academia, are leaders in the academia well equipped to fight corruption? 64% said yes, 36% said no. We also asked them, do you think academia leaders are utilizing their positions to fight corruption? 86% said no, 14% said yes. So while they are equipped to fight corruption, they are not doing it. So that's why there's corruption in academia, as we had earlier before, when they told us where the issues are. On the professionals, we asked them, do you have an ability to fight corruption? 81% said yes, 19% said no. Have you ever given a bribe? 88% said yes, 12% said no. That tells you the reasons why there's corruption in that sector. On the media, currently, are you effectively fighting corruption? 86% said no, 14% said yes. Have you ever received a bribe? 53% said no, 47% said yes. Private sector, have you ever given a bribe? 91% said yes, 9% said no. Have you ever received a bribe? 36% said no, 64% said yes, and that's my sector. So you can see we are quite good at bribing. Women, have you ever asked for a bribe? 79 said no, 21 said yes. Have you ever paid a bribe? Interesting. 79% said yes, 21% said no. In the religious sector, have you ever received a bribe? 53% said no, 47% said yes. So we hope that the churches will reform with the rest of us. In fighting corruption, when we asked them, what are the supporting factors that can help us not commit corruption? Many said law and order. Most Kenyans are religious. So if the religious sector can reform with us, most Kenyans are religious, so they'll fight corruption. Awareness, many don't know when it is called bribing, when it's not, when it's called facilitation and all those kind of words. Media, including social media, so media has a lot of work to really do that. But what are the restraining factors? Selfishness, greed, lust, economic impoverishment, others said past injustices, ethnicity, tribalism, nepotism, political affiliations, fear of corruption fighting back, that's why they are corrupt, lengthy judicial processes, complexity of government systems and bureaucracy. So to cut the chase and you need a service, you just bribe. Ignorance of the law, lack of ethical and moral standards. So sometimes you know the truth, the government process says this and this, but we still bribe. Moral standards, indifference to corruption. If I can get it without having to work hard, why bother? So that's the things that came out. And I'll end with a little quote by Pope Francis. Corruption is paid by the poor. And we did hear the bishop when he was praying, when he talked about the hungry, the children, and the sick. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carol. Are we all together? Bado tupo? Guys, the president is in the room, but everyone relax. Are we still together? Thank you. I want to hear energy. Lunch is soon. Now, I had announced a few minutes ago about who I wanted up here, and I want to ask them to please come up on stage. And what we're going to engage in for the next few minutes is a conversation, because there's different sectors and different people who are engaged in this fight, helping us, trying to make us get to the bottom of this. So in order, I'll introduce the ambassadors. That is Ambassador Stefano Dejak, who's the EU or European ambassador to Kenya. Nick Haley is the British High Commissioner to Kenya. Siddharth Chatterjee is a UN resident coordinator here in Kenya as well. And Mark Messick, who's a mission director of USAID Kenya and East Africa, looking after the region. Just confirming, do you have microphones next to you? You do have microphones next to you, at least, well, I can see microphones in people's hands. Excellent. So, the reason we have this panel here is to do two things very quickly. The first one is to get a sense of best practices. What have other countries been able to do? Because we look at ourselves and our corruption scourge as if it's unique. It is not. I think every single country in the world has had at one level or the other had to go through this and had to figure out how to resolve it. And secondly, to engage with it from the local perspective, from the Kenyan perspective, where perhaps have things not gone very correctly, and what can we do specifically when it comes to the countries that the gentlemen represent. So I'll begin with Ambassador Dejak from the EU, the ambassador of the EU to Kenya. And the question to you, Mr. Ambassador, is Europe is big, and Europe has had varied paths to development if you think about all the member states. And there are some very, very recently that have had to fight the scourge of corruption. And they've had to do different things, including sacrificing public officers. Take us through very briefly a sense of that experience, and especially when it comes to a country like ours and what we can learn from it.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I think it's important to understand the European Union is ourselves together with our member states, with our 28 member states, 19 diplomatic missions, 19 countries, 19 ambassadors represented in this whole. And we together, we develop a practice, because none of our society is immune from corruption. As a matter of fact, just last Tuesday, there was a defining meeting between the African Union and the European Union in Brussels, where the communiqué reads that EU and AU committed to join in efforts to combat corruption in the two continents and promote international cooperation to combat illicit financial flows and tax avoidance and evasion, as well as to strengthen cooperation on asset recovery. So our cooperation is extremely close, and moving forward, we commend in and want to contribute the utmost in the initiatives spearheaded by President Uhuru Kenyatta and the Building Bridges Initiative with His Excellency Raila Odinga in bringing the fight against corruption to the finest detail of the fiber of Kenyan society. This is something we applaud, we commit within the many commitments that also Kenya itself has taken, noticeably recently in the International Anti-Corruption Conference in Copenhagen, and also within the OECD Convention on Combating Bribery of Foreign Public Official International Business Transaction. This is a deep relation and commitment that we have together, and that we look forward to bring it to new depth and to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you. Siddharth Chatterjee, you have been here representing the UN for quite a while now, and very deeply engaged, if I think of UNDP. In a lot of the sectors, you've been interacting with the people who are in this room and others outside of it. Again, give us a sense of what it is that you've experienced and what you're able, or the organization, the institution is able to help in this fight against corruption.
Well, first of all, I think, can you hear me? Yeah. First of all, I think we need to commend the initiative that has been taken in terms of fighting the scourge of corruption, which is not just in Kenya, but it's all over the world. And we have to look at it from a point of view where essentially we are looking at the power of the political will which has started to transform it. The fact that we are looking at the entire, essentially, which is the entire, in the entire process in which we are fighting the scourge of corruption, I believe the United Nations family, which is here in Kenya, as the United Nations family sits to fight this scourge together with all the other partners within the essential aspect of what we can do. So in my view, what we as the UN family intend to do is essentially go beyond the aspects of just keep it to the minimum of what the essential aspect of it which is taking place. So in my view, we as the UN family here are completely in lockstep with the government of Kenya, with the essential that we want to make sure that we are able to defeat the aspect of corruption across the different aspects in Kenya.
Quick one, and I'll take advantage of standing up here to do a follow-up. I'm feeling like a journalist again. The UN family in Kenya is quite massive, if you think about it. All the people who are within the UN complex and the people who do interact with it one way or the other, not just here in Nairobi, but elsewhere here and in the region, they live their lives. So it's not just from a corporate point of view or the UN point of view, even these people in the individual places, they will be driving cars and will get stopped by police, or even worse, get tempted to drive on the wrong side of the road. They will be ordering goods and services from people in Kenya, and someone will have their hand out. What do you do as the UN to be able to start countering that?
Look, first of all, I think, if you look at the overall aspect of corruption globally, you've seen that actually the largest amount of corruption comes from the private sector. And I really applaud the entire system that has now been put into place in challenging the corruption thing. And therefore, again, what I do commend Lee Kariuki is the speed with which this whole event of corruption of anti-corruption is taking place. And I really commend the whole entire system of the corruption aspect that is actually making it happen. So I believe that this is where I can see the entire UN family partnering up with the entire private sector of Kenya and looking at what is it that we could do in making that change, in making that aspects of fighting this scourge of corruption.
High Commissioner Nick Haley, yours perhaps, in terms of the country that it represents, perhaps has the longest history with us, and I don't need to say why because it's obvious. You've watched this for now going on hundreds of years here in Kenya. Take us through what you feel about that and where we are right now and what you are doing as a British to try and aid this fight against corruption.
Thank you. No country is perfect. None of the countries we represent is free of corruption, and this is something that every country has to keep fighting. But I think the fundamental condition is that it must start from the top. Why should the traffic cop who takes a bribe behave any differently if his boss is taking a bigger bribe and his boss's boss is taking an even bigger one? So I think the leadership that His Excellency the President has shown on this is absolutely essential, and that leadership needs to come from everyone in a position of authority in Kenya. And when I say it starts from the top, I also mean that where big people are convicted of corruption, they will need to go to jail. Because if they are simply fined, or they give away a small proportion of what they have made in corruption, why shouldn't they continue? When people are convicted, they must go to jail irrespective of their position and their authority, because they have stolen from the Kenyan people. And that money that they have stolen needs to come back and be taken away from them, so they cannot profit from what goes on. So for my part, as an international partner, like many of my brothers on the panel here, I have committed to support this. For example, if any money is held in the United Kingdom, we now have a framework which our Prime Minister signed with the President when she visited in August to bring that money back. We have appointed a financial investigator, a specialist financial investigator to my mission here in Nairobi to work with all of his colleagues back in the UK to trace that money, to find out where it is lodged. These things aren't easy. People hide these things quite well, but we now have the expertise to bring to that. We will put those resources and all our other resources in law enforcement at the disposal of the Kenyan authorities, and we will try to do our part to support them in this fight so that those big people who are guilty of this, and the little people, but let's start with the big people, that they end up paying the price that they need to pay.
There's something I want to follow up, but I'll do that after we have a conversation with Mark Mesick, who's Mission Director for USAID. USAID is very special because the depth to which it engages with ourselves, with the economy, with development, is quite deep. The depth is deep. It's before lunch. And that means that you have one sight into where these things are happening, and secondly, a lot of influence about what can be done. So again, just give us the advantage of your point of view and where you stand right now in terms of the fight against corruption, because you're everywhere, geographically, sector-wise, and all that, in terms of what you are seeing and what you can do and what you're doing.
Thank you very much. My message to the leadership and of the country and to Kenyans is that it can be done, and it is being done right now by USAID working in Kenya. We invest more than $500 million every year in Kenya. We are the single largest investor. We have about 100 Americans working in Kenya, and other than that, this is also supported by 25,000 Kenyans who work in our programs across the country every day. And so over the last 10 years, that $50 billion, $5 billion that we've invested in the country, we have not had any of those funds be absconded with. And that's a testament to the fact that Kenyans want to do the right thing. Now, that's also to say that we have some very stringent compliance architecture in place that we've put in place here in Kenya. I am the chief accounting officer for that $500 million, and if something goes missing, unfortunately, the Congress doesn't hold the ambassador accountable, they hold me accountable. So that's added pressure for me. But we do a lot of training of our staff. Every year, every single person who touches USAID funding has ethics training and fraud awareness training. So every year, that includes me. And it's a requirement so that everyone knows what the rules are and why it's so important to adhere to those rules. And so, yes, we have problems, but we are able to overcome those problems. The best example that I can give of something that has been transformed in Kenya through our partnership work is with the Kenya Medical Supply Authority. We started working with KEMSA back in 2008. I worked with Mr. Kinyua when he was PS in Finance. We reconstituted the board. We went through a reform process. And if you notice, you don't see a lot of press about leakage or stealing in KEMSA like you used to in the Nation and Standard many years ago. And that's because the systems have been put in place, and KEMSA is making sure with our funds that more than 1 million Kenyans get their antiretroviral drugs wherever they are every day.
The follow-up to you, High Commissioner Nick Haley, was a lot of British companies are invested in Kenya, and they will come in, put money in terms of factories, put money in terms of investing directly into companies and all that. And that process, as outlined earlier by Patrick Obath, can be quite fraught because there's all sorts of things that can go wrong when you have foreign investment happening. There is a lot being done, but give us a flavor of what you feel about that and what can be done in that respect of all the companies that are investing here.
I'll say two things on that, if I may, Wallace. The first is that we really want more investment to come to Kenya, and I know that's the case for all of my colleagues on the panel. This is a hugely attractive place to do business. It's what the Kenyan people need. His Excellency the President has set out this agenda around the Big Four, and we want to invest in that. I think the single biggest obstacle to British or any international companies coming in, certainly from my part of the world, is corruption. And it's the #1 issue that they raise with me, that the British Chamber of Commerce here raises with me. So the more that can be done on this agenda, as this conference is setting out, the more investment will come. There's a very direct payoff there for the Kenyan people. The other thing I would say is that the bribery legislation in the United Kingdom doesn't just apply in the United Kingdom. Most laws apply only in the country that you're in, but the Bribery Act applies everywhere in the world. So there are British people who have gone to jail because they paid bribes here in Kenya. For example, in the Smith and Usman case, the Chickengate scandal that you'll be aware of. So any British company knows that if it is involved in corruption here in Kenya or anywhere else in the world, their directors can go to jail. Not just the little people, but the directors will go to jail. And I think that is a good model for others to pick up. I think that constrains companies to abide by the law, and I hope that every British company sets a good example in that respect, but if they don't, there is a heavy penalty for them.
Thank you. Final question as we wrap up this one. Oh, you stopped clapping, I'm sorry. But final question to you, Ambassador Dejak, as we wrap up this one and we look at the next panel. But one quick one, which is, like you said, you represent, in some senses, sort of the umbrella of the European Union in Kenya and all the ambassadors in terms of cooperating with them. What then, how do you move forward? What is there? You've outlined some things that we're doing, or rather that you're doing in terms of helping out. But what do we look at in the next, perhaps, few months or few years?
Our relation works with the country, with its leadership, and with the Kenyan citizen every day. Each of us, 20 ambassadors of the European Union in this country, every day try to fine-tune our actions to what the Kenyan leadership and the Kenyan citizens want. So our working together is a matter of daily commitment, but it needs to start with what I said before, that none of our countries is free, unfortunately, from corruption. There's different levels. Strong institutions are the key to bring this fight forward. The good leadership that we are seeing in Kenya at this moment is tantamount to work together in that direction. And this is what all of us, myself and my 19 colleagues sitting amongst you today, we're doing every single day together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a big round of applause. Gentlemen, we thank you. You may depart from the stage. So commitments from our development partners in terms of this fight against corruption. And the last speaker, Ambassador Stefano Dejak, said something very crucial, is that it's a long fight. Not a single country in this world has been able to entirely get rid of it, but we do need to make significant efforts in terms of doing so. The next one is one that I think we've all been looking forward to quite intently. And so I want to ask the following to come up as we have the ambassadors taking their seats. And I wanted to surprise everyone, but the hint is already there because the chairs are coming. So I want to invite the following to please come up on stage with me. Led first by His Excellency Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, who's the President of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of our Defense Forces. If you could please come up, Your Excellency. I'll also invite His Excellency, the Deputy President, William Ruto. Your Excellency, if you could please join us up here. Kuna wengine ambao pia nitaita. So as their excellencies make it up to stage, I'll also ask our Chief Justice, David Maraga, to please come and join us here up on stage. I want to ask the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, to please join us. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, to please join us. The Governor of the County of Makueni, Kivuta Kibwana, if you could please come up here. I assume all that was for me. Thank you very much. I will also ask the Honorable, the Attorney General, who we heard from yesterday, and we want you to come back up here, our Attorney General, Kihara Kariuki, to please join us up on stage. Finally, I want to ask David Oginde to please come up. He's going to take us through this panel to just ask some very quick, very simple questions, but very directed in terms of the commitments from each of these sectors and what you're going to do in this fight against corruption. Bishop Oginde.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies and members of the panel, I have a very difficult task, but by God's grace, we'll go through it together. We want to welcome you to this panel where we are going to present to you what has been titled as the citizens' demands. These have come out of the discussions and deliberations that have taken place here yesterday, and that represent the views of Kenyans on this matter of corruption. And after deliberations, they came up with various issues that they consider very critical to the various sectors of government. And they are, as I said, they have called them demands, not requests, which is, that's why I say my responsibility is very difficult, because as a pastor, I'm used to more softer language. But today, since I'm representing fellow citizens, I will use that language. And so we will look at this from each of the sectors of government. The way we are going to do it is that I'll read to you without adding my own words, exactly as they have been written out to the particular individual in that sector. We'll give that person an opportunity to make a response. The response is not to say whether what the citizens have said is right or wrong, to counter or explain, but to make a commitment on your part as a leader of government and a servant of the people on what you intend to do in your place in this, to address some of these issues and others that have been presented to us as we have sat here today. So we don't expect that will take a very long time, but I want to pray that this will not be just saying what is right or what is good to hear, but a true commitment that we can hold you accountable before the people who are here and before God, who we prayed should be with us in this meeting. And so we pray that we will make very honest commitment, practical, and something that we can follow through by the end of this meeting. Let me welcome you all to the panel. We will start with the county government, which in this panel is represented by Professor Kibudha Kibwana, who is right here with me. And Professor, I'll just read to you what the citizens of Kenya expect of the county governments on this matter of corruption. This is what they say. We demand the following: that all county governments must strictly use e-procurement that follows the procurement law. Number two, that all county projects should have multi-sectoral citizen oversight committees to represent public stakeholder interests to ensure participation during implementation. Number three, Professor, all revenue collection must be through e-revenue, and no manual collection should be done of any funds that go to the counties. The county government should ensure strict funding of projects and programs that are in the respective approved plans, i.e. the third medium-term plan, MTP3, and the County Integrated Development Plan, CIDP. Number five, that the county government should strictly enforce spending as per the approved budget by respective county assemblies. And number 6, the Controller of Budget and Auditor General should enforce fully the constitutional requirements and Public Finance Act in all matters of county financial management. And finally, number 7, that before any new hiring at the county level, the county government should ensure that there is no duplication and that the role that is being filled is not being done by anyone else, including people who have been seconded from the national government, so as to reduce the cost of the wage bill at the county level. These are the presentations from the citizens of Kenya on the county government. Professor, I'm sure you are taking very good notes, and you would want to give a response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bishop, Your Excellency, the President, and ladies and gentlemen. I didn't know I was going to go fast, but that's fate. The Council of Governors, our chair, was not able to make it because he's unwell, and I'm representing him. And I was asked, Your Excellency, first of all, to convey our support for your fight against corruption. We are very proud of what you're doing, and we know this is real, and since independence, this is really the first serious fight against corruption, and we'll support you in this endeavor. In terms of e-procurement, it's true that as county governments, we have not been able to, all of us, observe it. And partly the challenge is especially internet availability, especially in rural counties. And we are working with the ICT ministry so that we are helped in terms of delivering fiber optic capacity so that there is internet, and we commit, all of us, to get to e-procurement. As of now, 14 counties are doing so, and therefore there are other counties, 33 of them, who are struggling to be able to achieve this. And you had said in January that all of us should be compliant, both county and national government entities. Of course, there are 2 counties that are into open contracting, and this follows actually your executive order, which was guiding the entire country to open contracting so that there is absolute transparency in terms of our procurement. And we would like to commit that all of us, the 47 of us, will go towards e-procurement within this financial year, and even go beyond that to open contracting. And we think that direction that you have given to the country so that all of us in our e-procurement is a very, very important guidance. When it comes to citizen participation, I think the counties are doing quite well. We have public participation of projects, of programs, sometimes up to village level. And sometimes we think, and we kind of say among ourselves, we are doing better in this area than the national government. But of course, that's what we think. Maybe it might not necessarily be so. But there, we want to entrench it into legislation, into policy and legislation, so that public participation is the policy and the national law are domesticated, so that it's very clear that citizens must count in terms of determining the kind of development they want and ownership of their projects, programs in the counties. About 12 counties are doing automated revenue collection, and many of us are going towards that direction so that whatever we collect, it is collected in an e-way, so that we don't have losses. And again, this is something that within the council we are saying all counties must be able to do all their revenue collection through e-revenue. In terms of funding of projects that are in the CIDP, that are in MTP3, as well as even our own visions and Vision 2030, and in accordance with SDGs. This again is very, very important. And from the CIDP, now the second generation, we make annual plans, development plans, and we endeavor. And this is something that we promise it must be done so that there are no projects outside the approved budgets, budgets that have been done together with the people and our county assemblies. We work very closely with the controller of budget, with the auditor general, and we are, as the 47 of us, working to make sure that our accounts, our audited accounts, are not just disclaimer, adverse, but we go towards qualified and even unqualified. And this is work in progress, of course, because these entities are new and our financial systems were weak, but we expect that this is something that is not negotiable. When it comes to hiring, we have 3 levels of staff. We inherit staff from the local authorities who actually are paid slightly more because they negotiate with their union. Then we have staff seconded from the national government and also staff which we have employed ourselves. And I think that we need to harmonize particularly their terms. And sometimes we have also found many who were employed on a permanent and pensionable terms, and some of them still don't have the skills that they require, and we have often bloated bureaucracies, and that's an issue that perhaps needs conversation with the national government. Finally, sir, and all Kenyans gathered here and our friends, I need to say that the war against corruption will be won, and you are doing a lot of work towards that, but it will be won when the citizens of Kenya believe that the leadership, county leadership, national government leadership, is not standing in the way of what you want to achieve. When citizens feel that that has arrived, they will help you win this war because they will be the soldiers out there, like happened in 2003, when actually citizens were beginning to arrest policemen until something happened and they got intimidated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your very good response. One of the things that the citizens really would like to hear is the word or phrase, "we commit." And then you can tell us what you commit to so that we can follow you up after this. But thank you for your great contribution and the commitments you have made. We want to go to the judiciary. And we have our CJ, Chief Justice, here together with us. And I must confess that the citizens appear to be unhappy with the way the judiciary is going. And they have made several demands. And we'll give you these expressions from our citizens, and you, as the President of the Supreme Court and Chair of the Judicial Commission, I believe that you can help us in addressing some of these issues. We demand that corruption cases that have taken very long be adjudicated expeditiously and concluded within 3 months, taking a rapid results approach. In addition, put on hold new cases until the backlog is concluded. This should require more special courts and longer sitting sessions. Number 2, we demand that you establish a framework of mandatory conclusion of any corruption cases within a period of 6 months from the date it is filed, consistent with the way election petitions are heard. Speed is of essence. We demand that the court reviews the quash orders that prevent arrest, investigation, and prosecution of all persons facing corruption, and allow the prosecution to present its evidence. Number 4, we demand that the trial of corruption cases, which is a major matter of public interest, be done live through public broadcast. We demand that the court reviews very low and easy bail amounts that are required but are not commensurate with the level of corruption charges that have been preferred. We demand that the Judicial Service Commission designs an accountability framework for the judiciary to ensure judicial decisions and rulings meet the highest threshold of transparency. And finally, number 7, we demand that the court undertakes a review of judgments made to date of persons charged with corruption to ensure and verify if they attain the highest threshold of transparency, justice, and integrity. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Yes. Because I'm in the dock, let me stand up so that Your Excellency, the President, and all the dignitaries here present. First, I want to take this opportunity, Your Excellency, to thank the organizers of this conference. I look at it as an accountability forum. We are being held to account, and the public want to hear from us what we are doing about this. Your Excellency, I understand the public indignation against corruption. I understand that, and I want everybody to understand that. We live in this country. We have ourselves as individuals suffered from the corruption scourge that is in the country. And I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for the political will that we now have to fight this scourge. My prayer is that we don't lose it. We go to the very end and rid our country of corruption. Your Excellency, the war against corruption is not going to be won by blame games. And I want to be very candid. Since I'm in the dock, I want to be very candid. The war against corruption is not going to be won by blame games. The war against corruption, Your Excellency, is not going to be won by people who are involved here, and some are here, hiring professional bloggers to demonize anybody or to demonize the judiciary. We are not going to win the war against corruption by that. Every day I wake up, in fact, the first thing, I'm now almost being sidetracked when I'm supposed to concentrate. It says, look, do you know what is here, is here, is here? Like today, you must have seen in the media, I'm shown there naked, massaging people who are supposed to be corrupt. We are not going to win the war against corruption by those kind of gimmicks. Your Excellency, we are not going to win the war against corruption by Friday arrests. And I said, I don't want to appear like we are in a blame game, but let truth be told. I heard Mr. Kiboro saying the judiciary should not entertain these useless petitions that are coming, that these people should not be arrested. The judiciary does not go out there to look for cases. Those people who feel aggrieved come to us. They file cases. If they have filed cases, we must hear them and dismiss them if they have no basis. We must hear them and uphold them if they have a basis. So this, Mr. Kiboro, what you are telling the people, that the CJA should not waste time listening to those. Should I now write and say these petitions have been filed here, we find them useless, throw them away, even without hearing them? We can't do that. We are a country ruled by the rule of law. Let truth be told, we are a country ruled by the rule of law, and this war against corruption must be won by the application of the law. Your Excellency, the law is, although that expression has been said many times, the law is clear, and everybody says that, and he says his own things. The Constitution guarantees an accused person or the right to be heard. He is presumed innocent until he is proved guilty. The people, our clients, Your Excellency, are here. They demand that right, a constitutional right. So we must have a fair hearing to the accused persons. It starts with bail. That's why I talked about the Friday arrests, and I want our police to avoid that, because it puts a lot of pressure on us. And as Mr. Kiboro said, we are now sidetracked hearing cases, petitions, which ordinarily we should not be hearing. We should be concentrating on other things. The war against corruption is going to be won by the use of technology. And I don't want to go into many details. Your Excellency, you spoke about technology the other day. We are talking about blockchains and all those. We need to think about that, and we need to invest on technology to fight corruption. The war against corruption is going to be won by courage. People being courageous and come and deal with this menace. Many times I get people coming and saying, look, your people are doing this, so and so. They even name, some say, look, so and so is taking bribes and so. I say, please, you know, that is not helping me. That is not helping me. Assist us to deal with that. I agree there is corruption in the judiciary, even in the judiciary, as it is everywhere. Judges are there, and we get information from people, but information which is not actionable. Information, Your Excellency, which is not actionable. And while I'm on this, I would like to say this, Your Excellency. The judiciary, the Judicial Service Commission, as a body known as the Judiciary Ombudsman, we are asking for support to investigate some of the complaints that are coming there. I have requested this, but it has not been given to me. We want support so that we can investigate some of the complaints against our own people, and we deal with them. And I can assure you, Your Excellency, once the Judicial Service Commission has evidence of anybody involved in corruption, we will deal with it, and we are dealing with some of the cases where evidence has been given. What we have is just talk, people talking, and they are not doing anything to give us evidence, which we can't act upon. The other thing, Your Excellency, is the Constitution itself requires that an accused person be given witness statements of the witnesses who are going to testify against him. You know, I've been seeing media reports that the cases are taking very long and so forth. You don't need, we have instructed the communication, directorate in the judiciary to give the public updates every day about what is causing the adjournments of those cases. Some of them are adjourned, Your Excellency, because the accused persons have not been given statements to defend themselves. We are a democratic society, a rule of law. Anything short of a fair hearing, we are not going to win this war. That's my view about it, and anybody can say his own view. But we are not going to win the war against corruption if we are not going to follow the rule of law, give the accused persons a fair hearing. A fair hearing here, and this is where I want to admit our problem. A fair hearing does not mean we have cases for years on end in court. And I agree, and for this I want to take responsibility that we have had delays in the past. We have had delays in the past because our magistrates and judges have given it to the lawyers to play the what? To run the show. I have made that very clear when we had judicial colloquium in Mombasa with the judges. I've made that very clear to the magistrates that they have got to take control of the proceedings before them. What this means, Your Excellency, is that the magistrates and the judges should not allow adjournments willy-nilly. I say willy-nilly because there are some cases where you can't avoid an adjournment. But then we have done it, the public knows, we have done it in election petitions and we have finalized those cases within a short while. And this is what we are doing now with regard to corruption cases. The problem, ladies and gentlemen, corruption is not going to sit down. It is going to fight back, and it is fighting back. Very, very vigorously. We have situations where you find people coming and faking sickness and all that, and they go even to doctors, and doctors give them reports that they are sick. So it involves everybody. It involves everybody. When I'm seated there and I'm told so and so is admitted in hospital and his case is going on, am I going to convict him without hearing him? So it is a vision, and this is a network. It's a network that we have got. The reality be told, let us not escape the fact where they are. That is the truth. We have cases where, like now, the magistrates who are hearing the cases in Milimani, the ones who have brought to Milimani to hear these corruption cases, they came to my office the other week and told me they are getting problems from lawyers. One lawyer is appearing in all these cases. And you know you can't be in one case, if they are going on at the same time, you can't be here and here and here. And I want to make this announcement because this is an opportunity. The lawyers must be listening to me or they will hear. We are not going to allow, if you have taken a case or corruption case, you have taken another one, if you don't have lawyers in your office to hear it, and the accused persons, by the way, let me also address the accused persons. If your lawyer is having your case and is defending so and so and so and so and so and so, we are not going to wait for him or you. You had better get another lawyer. So, Your Excellency, what we have done, and that is part of the commitment, if you want me to say commitment, we have asked those magistrates to mention all those cases and give them fresh hearing dates. The dates available to those magistrates, not the dates available to the lawyers. So we are going to have to deal with that. Now, the other thing, one other thing, Your Excellency, the war against corruption is going to be won by evidence. By evidence. This morning, I was watching KTN, and I was amused by somebody who says the CJ should sit down with the DPP and analyze the evidence that is there so that we get a conviction. And this is a very enlightened person, Your Excellency. If I were to do that, Your Excellency, I have no right to be a CJ. Because I am supposed to act independently. I wait for the prosecution to tender evidence, and we deal with that evidence and we convict. So the war against corruption is going to be won by concrete evidence. Concrete evidence that is going to be brought to us. If you are not going to bring Mr. Kinoti and your colleagues, and I've told you this before, if you are not going to bring us evidence, we will acquit, because if we don't acquit, we cease to be a judiciary. What I'm saying here is, Your Excellency, is this. We have had cases where you see evidence interfered with. A police officer is charged with murder using a firearm. The case is investigated by very, very senior police officers, fellow police officers. When they come to court and they know the firearm is central in that case, they come with a wrong serial number. Do you see, Your Excellency? Come with a wrong serial number. What is the judicial officer supposed to do? This man says, look, my serial number is this one. And if you are saying it is the one I used, I don't know this one you're talking about. And those kind of things, and we have had that. And it is in public domain. Some suspect said the other day that, look, cases are killed in the what? In the investigation stage. What I'm saying is that if we are going to be given half-baked cases, we will dismiss them, and we will do that firmly, because as a judicial officer, as the Chief Justice of this Republic, we are not going to send anybody to prison who is innocent, or whose case has not been proved as required by the law. That is the only way we are going to do that. Now, the other thing, the prosecution and Mr. Haji, I'm happy you're here. Look at the way you frame cases. Not in a bad way. You put 30 accused persons on one charge sheet. They are represented by 30 lawyers. How long do you think that will take? I'm not your advisor. You have your counsel, and what? Those kind of cases will never move. Will never move, Your Excellency. They will not move. I said, let's be realistic and speak the truth. Find ways how you frame your cases. Charge the top people if you have, and use others as witnesses, and you go on with the case. If we are not going to do that, we are not going to move, and the cases will be there. You will continue blaming the judiciary. Even if I'm not there, somebody else who is not there, you will continue with that blame game, and we are not going to move anywhere. Your Excellency, the other thing I want to address is the issue of funding. I have gotten magistrates from the other stations and brought them to Nairobi to sit and do these cases and finalize them. I want to thank you, Your Excellency. You gave us Fraud House. You gave us some money. We are doing very, very quick renovations, and those magistrates will have a place to sit. Why am I saying this? The judiciary is extremely underfunded. If the Kenyans want judiciary to give them the services they require, we need funding. Last year, we asked for that 1 billion, we were given 14. Put yourself in my position, what you are supposed to do. We agree that the country doesn't have endless resources of money and so forth, but we can see what other resources are being given to other institutions, and we are being staffed. Like now, the hearing of the cases in Milimani, We have asked some of our development partners are helping us with the audio recording systems. We want to put that, but that is, we have like for 3 or 4 courts. Your Excellency, I saw Mr. Mucheru here, and I told him, look, assist us with those machines so that we record this evidence. Instead of the magistrate recording for the whole day, we move quickly with those hearing of those cases. Unless Kenya invests in technology and we do that, we are not going to move anywhere, and we are going to have this blame game. I want to assure the Kenyans this. We are committed to fighting the war against corruption. And we are going to fight it, and we want to fight corruption both inside and outside the judiciary. Let us be given the necessary assistance we require, and we will deal with this. The hearing of these cases, as I said, I have brought 10 magistrates. If need be, I will bring more to Nairobi to hear these cases. You hear one of the demands from the public here is that I should stop hearing all the other cases and deal with this. Very good. I did that in December and brought several magistrates from various stations to come to Nairobi and hear the backlog of cases that have been there for years on end, and we are being blamed for that. Those magistrates didn't have as many cases as that. You know what I have? I have a case against me. The CJ has taken magistrates from here, is disorganized, is doing this. Now, if I bring those magistrates to hear these cases, I hope, Wananchi, you are not now going to again take me to court that I have done this. I know you will say, look, why don't you do proper planning? You do proper planning with the resources you have. If I don't have enough magistrates, I don't have enough judges, we are not going to do that. And you will continue complaining until the judiciary, until you tell your members of parliament to give us enough funding to do our work as we are supposed to do. We are not going to move. The other thing, Your Excellency, you were saying that the cases be heard within 6 months. We would love to do that. I would personally love to have that done, but some of them, it is impracticable. I don't want to give false promises, Your Excellency. The evidence we have, and I have sat down with those magistrates, one witness takes at least 4 days. The nature of evidence is there. You are saying somebody has taken money from NYS, and this, the documents are like this, heaps, and you have to give that person a fair hearing. There's no way you are going to hear. I don't want to promise Kenyans that we are going to hear these cases within a given time. It is a matter we are discussing, the judiciary leadership we are discussing. We are discussing with the courts which are hearing these cases and telling them, look, you can see the Kenyan indignation. Let us deal with these cases as soon as possible. Go to the issues in the case. Don't be sidetracked by parties and others. That is my message to the judicial officers, and it is bearing fruit, Your Excellency. We are going to deal with these cases as soon as we can. There is an issue that was raised here, but I don't think it is for this forum. I will deal with it on another forum about the judiciary. You have said that the judiciary is not accountable. We are accountable to the people. Where we are required to be accountable, we are accountable to the people. And we have shown that accountability. As I said, one of the issues that you raised here is not for this forum. I don't want to answer it here. It's not because I'm escaping from answering it, but because it is not for this forum. You are saying that even the accused person should be released, as I said, like 40% of the amount stolen. You know, you can't give that, because you do that, you will mess with the judicial independence and the decisional independence of the magistrates. These cases are dealt with on their own facts. They involve Kenyans. They may have been involved in corruption, but we want to have them proved and the cases dealt with as they come. Anything short of that, we are not going to win this war. Your Excellency, let there be funds given to all the agencies, including the judiciary, so that like now I have I have stopped all cash payments in the judiciary. There is no cash payment, and I want the public to understand, because some of the traffic offenders are going, and our clerks take them in circles and circles and circles. Please don't pay any money. Don't be told that the network is low and so forth. Those are excuses we have found that our officers are using. So there may be a bit of inconvenience, but that's the only way. If we are going to fight corruption and win it, we are going to have to be a little inconvenienced. I don't want to take too much time. What I'm saying in short, Your Excellency, is that let us be given the support we require. Let us be given the resources we require. Then ask us why we are not delivering. Even with the real resources that we have, we are doing our very best. And I promise you, with the magistrates that I have brought to Nairobi, you are going to see these cases moving. But we want cooperation. We want the DPP to be ready. Give the witnesses their statements so that they don't come on a hearing date. These people are complaining, and we have got to adjourn the case. Or you are not having witnesses and all that. As I said, I have directed my director of information directorate to send messages to the public. What has caused the adjournment of this case or that? Otherwise, Your Excellency, I want you to understand, and I want the Kenyans to understand. I want to give this commitment on behalf of the judiciary that we are fighting corruption and we are ready to do our part, and we will do it without any fear or favor, so that we win this war against corruption. Why I was talking about some of the arrests, some of those people come and complain, look, this is witch hunt and so forth. If we deal with the cases purely on evidence, will tell me, okay, yeah, so and so doesn't like your, but did you do this? The evidence is here. You will shut them up. We will shut them up. Those people who will come and say, I'm here because I'm not from a good political grouping or what and what. They will keep quiet when they are convicted on concrete evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana CJ. We gave you a reasonable latitude because, as you notice, your list is also the longest. So, but thank you for taking it in stride and making those commitments. We are looking forward to great things happening. Our next is the legislature. This is the National Assembly and the Senate, and the two speakers are here with us. And we want to just present to you the demands of the citizens of Kenya. And in accordance with what the CJ has said, the accused have also been supplied with the what did you call it? The charge sheet. So you are already aware of what we are asking, but here is what we demand. We demand that any member of parliament accused of accepting money to alter corruption reports before parliament has to step aside until investigations are complete. We demand that the Speaker of either house ensures there is no duplication of investigation and oversight committees that end up as centers of financial extortion. We demand that the Speaker takes a strong administrative and any other action within his powers to ensure that members of parliament do not take part in fundraisings contrary to the Public Officers Ethics Act. We demand that the Senate should enact a law preventing public officers, elected or appointed, or close family, from giving money publicly and require them to disclose their source when they do so. We demand that the Speaker should institute a legal framework to safeguard public interest that ensures members of parliament do not abuse their privilege of increasing their salaries at will outside reasonable salary scales commensurate to our economy. Bwana Speakers, you can decide how to respond.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Since we are two, we have agreed that I start. As the Speaker of the Senate, let me first thank His Excellency the President for providing the political goodwill to deal with corruption. We have agreed that I'll deal with question number 2 on duplication of investigations. And my take is, when you look at Article 93, it establishes a parliament with 2 houses, the Senate and the National Assembly. And Article 124 then allows either house to form committees to deal with issues that come up. My view, or our view as Senate, is the bicameral nature of our houses are that we check each other. If we are looking at an issue, for example, the Senate is investigating a matter and it says this is water, and the National Assembly says it's a soda, then we must be able to find out why the variance has come in. Because then we will be able to assist each other to get to some conclusion that is going to assist us fight corruption. And it also becomes very difficult, for example, to compromise both houses if that is attempted to be done. So we are saying that of our standing orders, because the parliament is a house of procedures and rules, if our standing orders have allowed us to have those committees where we can jointly look at the same issue together, that also is allowed in law, we can be able to do that. But when we also look at an issue, and the National Assembly is looking at an issue, is for purposes of giving ourselves a check and balance to see whether we arrive at the same conclusion. And if we don't, that's also not new in a bicameral system. Then we find out why there is variance. Family. You can answer that one, tackle that one first, then I come back.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and delegates. There are a number of questions that have been posed to us, but I ought to begin by saying that obviously the war against corruption must be fought from all levels. And in the political class, it must begin from the processes through which we choose our representatives, so that those processes must themselves be seen to be above board. Because as they always say, if the process by which leadership is put in place is flawed, obviously then the results are likely to be contaminated. As they say, garbage in, garbage out. However, as Parliament exercising oversight functions through our committees, it is our commitment that at all times, when issues of members receiving bribes towards our reports, we commit to ensure that we swiftly report those cases to the appropriate agencies who have capacity to deal with such matters. it is not incumbent upon any speaker of any house. It's not even possible to demand that a member steps aside, because the method through which a member of parliament vacates their office is again provided for in the Constitution. But when we have this kind of cases being reported, then it is those mechanisms will then kick in, and therefore a member will be exited through a normal judicial process. I've been asked also to address the issue of administrative and other actions within the powers given to the Speaker to ensure that members of Parliament do not take part in fundraising harambes contrary to the Public Officer Ethics Act 2003, I believe. Yes, the Public Officer Ethics Act attempted to create some offense or to prevent state officers from participating in public fundraisings. But of course, the only thing I can commit to, which is within my power, is to report again. I have no police or prosecutorial powers over any members who break the law. The power of a speaker of a house is usually limited to the house, the precincts, so that a matter that happens, and normally these fundraisings are never held within the precincts of Parliament, and they are out there in the villages. The normal investigative agencies of government deal with that. And the results of those investigations, once brought to us, and more so, if they end up in convictions, appropriate remedies as provided for in the Constitution would follow. Finally, I have been asked to deal with the issue of salaries. And I think, Your Excellency, this is a good opportunity for me to just raise one point, that it is a form of corruption to misreport. Mr. Kiboro, it is a terrible form of corruption to misinform the world and Kenyans in particular. And I'm saying this with a tremendous respect to our brothers and sisters in the fourth estate, and I'm sure if you want to know that what I'm saying is true, check tomorrow. This will not be captured. That's how they operate. Because even as they spoke here, they never talked about the brown. They omitted the brown envelopes. So they didn't hear a commitment as to whether they will deal with that. I want to assure the country that it is not possible, and it will not be possible under our watch for any member of Parliament to introduce because it's unconstitutional, an unconstitutional legislative proposal to earn salaries. That is a function that every one of us at the legislature knows exclusively belongs to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. And indeed, while at it, because Bishop Oginde is around, and on 6th of December, when he preached to us, he alluded to this. The bill that has caused this problem has absolutely no reference to a proposal for members of Parliament to increase their salaries. And since as speakers, we have to approve all legislative proposals, I want to commit, we have agreed, any such proposal will be rejected. And fortunately for us, unlike the judiciary, we have the power to reject up front, and that we commit. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, allow me to just add, because we are addressing the issue of corruption, and the greatest mandate of the Senate is to oversight county governments, and therefore county governments are our clients. And I've had an opportunity of serving on both sides as a governor and now as a speaker. One of the issues that we need to address is to strengthen the Office of the Auditor General so that reports are able to be done in time and forwarded to the various parliaments on time so that they can be adjudicated as fast as possible. As we speak now, the reports that have come to Senate that have been dealt with are 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. So we end up being morticians instead of being physicians. So we would want that the Office of the Auditor General be strengthened so that they are able to perform their duties as quickly as possible, bring the report so that where recommendations have been made, they are able to be dealt with as quickly as possible to address areas that have been flagged out. Another point that I would like to suggest for adoption, maybe a recommendation, is to build the capacity of the county assemblies because they are the first call of point in terms of oversighting at that level. Once that has been done, then the Senate will be left to do performance auditing and the county assemblies will do operational auditing because then they will be able to look at the budgets that have been approved at that level and find out how funds have been used at that particular level. Then also lastly, we need also to strengthen, to have very stringent governance structures, especially in procurement, because that's where we have a lot of challenges in terms of corruption, and see how procurement can be properly streamlined. And also propose that members of the county assembly, immediately they are elected, they be taken to Kenya School of Government for training in matters of finance and governance so that they have capacity to be able to deal with issues that they are supposed to deal with, because most of them come from various backgrounds and they end up not really understanding or having the capacity to oversight at that level. But otherwise, like my colleague has said, as the Speaker of the Senate, as the Senate, we commit to uphold the integrity of the House and to ensure that honorable members remain honorable, like their title proposes, and not otherwise. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, honorable speakers, for your responses and commitments, which we keep on record so that we look forward to some action taking place. I believe that if all of us do what we have committed to do, earlier on we had various sectors making their own commitments. I believe that this war will be won. It is a very rare thing for you to make demands of the president, but the citizens have given me that responsibility. Chief Justice, now I understand what you are saying. One of the accused said he is not aware of what he's accused of, so he wanted to see the charge sheet. So I had to run for one so that they could be aware of what. So I agree with you now. Your Excellency, you have seen the citizen demands as given in that sheet. My responsibility is to bring them to you on their behalf. And the citizens of Kenya hereby demand that His Excellency the President request the stepping aside of all public and state officers charged with cases of corruption. That the President should not appoint to any public and state office any person charged or implicated in corruption until their names are cleared. That the investigating agents of various multi-sectoral sectors in the area of investigation to ensure effective and efficient prosecution. That you ensure disciplinary and administrative action is taken promptly against public and state officers found complacent in corruption and finance mismanagement, and that they are not transferred to other stations of duty. That the President withdraws the executive order of the Ndegwa report that allows public and state officers to own and conduct businesses while in office due to the very high conflict of interest that appertains. we demand that we ensure conclusion of the lifestyle audit on all public and state officers and to be extended to other arms of government, i.e. the legislature, the judiciary, and the county government. That the IEBC ensures strict enforcement of the policy under the Public Officers Act that bars persons facing corruption charges or listed by EACC from running for any political office or holding public office. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Bishop. I think I was the only one. I noticed everybody was looking at a piece of paper, and I was wondering, how come I don't have my charge sheet in front of me? But that aside, on the first one, that the President requests all public and state officers charged with cases of corruption to step aside until cleared. That one we are already enforcing. There is nobody who is before a court of law who is in office in the executive. They have all been requested to stand aside until such time as their cases are cleared. And I'm talking about the executive here. I'm not talking about county governments. Me, I'm talking about my side. That question you should also ask our colleagues as well. But the President should not appoint to any public or state office any person charged or implicated in corruption until their names are cleared. I commit. The investigating agencies are well appraised and collaborate with the expertise of various multi-sectoral sectors in the area of investigation to ensure effective and efficient prosecution. That already exists, and that was one of the reasons we were also late today. We were with the two teams that come from the executive, who work under the multi-agency system, the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions, enforcing and ensuring that they are collaborating, working together to ensure proper investigation and ultimately effective prosecution. So that is already in place. Now the President withdraws the executive order on the Degwa report. That is in my speech. I'll talk about that later. To ensure conclusion of the lifestyle audit on all public and state officers and to extend to other arms of government. This, I apologize, it has taken much longer than we expected, but I do commit that we will fast track this, and after we are finished and the procurement officers are done, we will now go to senior government officers, starting with myself. And senior government means government, which includes all arms of government. Hata nyinyi mujipange. That the IEBC ensures strict enforcement of the policy under which public officers act. I cannot do that. That is an independent office with an independent chair. Put him to task and ask him to ensure that that happens. That is his responsibility, not mine. Nimejibu zangu, asante.
This is all. We want to say thank you to Your Excellency. I can see why you are president. You have been brief, to the point, with clear commitments, and we say thank you very much. And we want to appreciate all our panelists. We want to thank our Deputy President for accompanying the President and giving him moral support. I see that happening in courts. Your friends go with you to stand with you, and we can see you've stood with the President. And we also want to thank our Attorney General for also coming to be with us here. We didn't have any questions for him, but he is part of the executive, and I believe he is going to help us in ensuring some of these things happen. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of that particular session, and I'm going to hand over to our masters of ceremony. Thank you all for your patience. It has been lunchtime, but you have been patient to listen to this because you are committed to this matter, corruption. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Oginde, for a difficult job well done, and a big round of applause. Not just to him, but also to everyone here heading up an arm of government who has made very solemn and sincere commitments. Tafadhali makofi. So I now want, and Bishop Oginde said we didn't hear from the Attorney General, but those of you that were here yesterday, and those of you that watched it later on television do know that the Honorable Attorney General was here, and he spoke very eloquently and very passionately. So we have not missed anything, am I right? Yeah. Indeed. So I want to ask the Honorable Attorney General to please come up on stage, and his job will be very simple, to just conduct the last bit of the program, so as we come to the end of this program today.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Honourable Speakers, my Lord the Honourable Chief Justice, Your Excellency, the Governor, as I formally welcome Your Excellency, the President, to this conference, it is not lost on us that you have graciously agreed to be with us. And I think with your permission, Excellency, you were traveling yesterday, you were out of the country, you got back very, very late in the night or the early morning, and for Your Excellency to have been on duty this morning at another function and here, it is really a great honor, and we appreciate it very, very much. I'll say two things before my next task. Your Excellency has invited this country to unity. Unity of purpose, unity of effort, and unity of spirit. And that, in my humble view, is how this war is going to be won. Your Excellency was a lone voice, like John the Baptist, talking about corruption. And at one time, Your Excellency said, you were losing all your friends. You now have 45 million Kenyans behind you. Let me demonstrate that, Your Excellency, by telling you of a war I was engaged in at age 6.5. I was at war. We had a bumper harvest in my village, and we had filled all the granaries with maize and millet and all the rest of it. And then what happened? The rat decided to come in, and they really messed us up. They ate and ate. Walikuwa wakubwa hata wale wanakaa kama ndovu. They were everywhere. I've never seen so many rats in my life. And then, Excellency, this was during the emergency. The men were away either in the forest or detained. And it was the women, led by my late mother, God bless her, who came up with a plan. And each of us in the village, young as I was at age 6 or so, to the teenagers, to the mothers, we were all equipped with a rungu, a stick. And on the appointed day, Excellency, the stores, the granaries were lifted on stilts, and they were emptied one by one. And as the maize flowed out when the trapdoor was lifted, out came the rats. Walikuja na sasa sisi tukaanza kugonga. Piga rungu, piga rungu, piga rungu. Wakienda kwa shamba tukafuata. And during that whole morning and the early afternoon, we exterminated the rats. Unity of purpose, unity of effort, and unity of spirit. That's what we have to do. Tusikilizane vizuri. Na nimesikia, Your Excellency, today at the commitments that have been made here, every one of us has committed to exterminate this big rat called corruption. And we're going to do it. So ikiwa kwa ofisi ya AG, ikiwa ni AG mwenyewe, ikiwa ni my colleagues, the cabinet secretaries, ikiwa ni principal, ikiwa kwa kanisa, wapi askofu, piga rungu, pahali zote, piga rungu. Nisikie mukisa, tupige nini? Tupige rungu. That, in my humble view, is what we shall do. And as far as Your Excellency's team on the matter is concerned, we gave a commitment here, and I'll reiterate it. We will not be bribed. We will not cower away. We will not be exterminated. We will fight to the end, and we will have victory. Your Excellency the President, please allow me to invite the Honorable the Deputy President to invite Your Excellency upige rungu na watu wako.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta, the Honorable Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Speakers, former Prime Minister, Honorable Raila Odinga, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I invite His Excellency the President to make his remarks, and in the spirit of what our Attorney General has said, that we have the mobilization of the country, unity of purpose, unity of effort, and that of the spirit. Allow me to invite the Right Honorable Raila Odinga to make some remarks. And so that we can proceed and prosecute the rest of this afternoon. And while he is coming, Bishop Okinde, as you ably recognized, there is a reason why Uhuru Kenyatta is president. And as you could notice, although I was here to support him, he ably prosecuted what belonged to the national government. So with those many remarks, let me invite the Right Honorable Raila Odinga to make his remarks.
I don't know what is very interesting. Your Excellency the President, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, I want first to begin by putting this meeting here into context. As you know, me and His Excellency the President had a meeting sometimes last year. And we came up with what's called a MOU. And that MOU has 9 points. One of them was corruption, fighting corruption. So sometimes last year, we had decided that we were going to convene a national conference on corruption, that we are going to charge the Building Bridges Initiative to convene it. Later on, we thought that if we have the Building Bridges Initiative doing it, it will be seen as just a Uhuru rider, more like a public relations exercise. We decided that we allow the private sector to be the conveners, that we would ourselves come here just as participants and listen to the people talk about corruption. And that then we would also just make our contributions along with other people. Unfortunately, yesterday, we had to be out of the country. That's why we're not here. But I came here very early, only to find that most of the contributions were made yesterday, and that now we are actually just concluding. So I had some few points that I wanted to make, and I'm going to make them very quickly so that they can also go into record of this very important conference. I say most African societies have no word for corruption. In our mother tongues, people who take what is not theirs are called thieves. Occasionally, we refer to such people as wakora, crooks, conmen, but they're generally and simply understood to be thieves and called as such. That is what we call a person who tricks you of your land, who takes your cow, uses flowery language to get money from you, who charges more than the real cost, or who hides part of the proceeds for personal gain. No matter which Kenyan society you ask, such a person is called a thief, and people are warned against such characters. As children, our parents warned us against being seen with so-and-so, against marrying in such a family, because they are thieves. They are bad people. They were rejects in society. Over time, there has been a systematic laundering of this crime, its perpetrators and its proceeds. We launder them in church, at social events like weddings, at harambes, and during times of tragedies, sometimes caused by the crimes of the very same people. We view those who steal from us as achievers and as real men and women struggling with life. Those who steal from us and who then give back partly out of guilt and partly to buy our admiration and silence are seen to be generous or development conscious, even when we know they are not. We welcome them to social and religious events with open arms and cheers and roll out the red carpet for them, but frown at the chicken thief and look for tires to lynch them? Why have we changed and made stealing something whose nature and dimensions are difficult to understand and whose real name we refuse to pronounce? How has this impacted on our war on this crime? Still on the issue of attitude, there is some sympathy and reverence we have developed for corrupt people, the thieves. We kind of feel sorry for the big shot who has been taken to court for stealing billions using the pen or through the electronic bank transfers, while we feel nothing for the ragged man accused of stealing a cow or a chicken. That person does not get bail in Chief Justice's court. Aende kabisa. The ordinary citizens look sorry, the police officer looks sorry, and even the judges look sorry. You have contributed to this problem as a society. We need to end it as a society before we bring in the government. And the issue of attitude features strongly on our idea about the government. We seem to believe that the government is something alien or institution that grows money on trees, and that whoever steals from government money has not stolen from us, because the government's money is somebody's money. In fact, such a person is seen as a hero who has conquered some enemy. Yet the truth is that the government has no money of its own. It's only our taxes. For every money stolen from the government will most likely raise more taxes or cut down on services provided to us. Then there are our institutions, the courts of law, the anti-corruption agencies, the police, etc. There's every indication that the thieves do not sleep as they look for ways to steal. They use the stolen money to hire the most crooked lawyers or buy judges and other officers in the chain. We are witnessing very clear cases of collusion in our courts, with investigators and prosecutors. Consequently, we are witnessing a trend where suspects rush to court to stop the DCI and the DPP from arresting and charging them with corruption. And then the courts are granting such suspects their wishes. This is curious and disturbing. I'm not sure whether a chicken thief out there can go to court and get such a favorable ruling. If the suspects feel that they should not be arrested and be taken to court, and the judges agree with them, what are we supposed to do with those suspects? When a man who has stolen money meant for drugs in a local hospital asks judges to stop his arrest, and the judges agree with him, what are the mothers whose children died for lack of drugs supposed to do? I'm equally not sure you can tame graft when you allow those charged with it to be out on bail and return to their workstations, cleanse or interfere with the records, then return to court a year later. What kind of thief, with his or her senses intact, would return to office and safely guard documents and contact they know will be used against them? I am not sure that we are keen to get to the bottom of the problem, or we are just going through the motions. Finally, societies have stemmed the tide against corruption, and those that have insisted on dispensing swift and severe punishment were kind of shock and awe. Such societies understand that the corrupt who go unpunished or who take too long to be punished become heroes of sorts and continue to undermine the values of society and pillars of the state. It is my hope that our experiences as shared here will lead us to a permanent solution and not another conference on how to deal with thieves in suits. About 5 years ago, Korea, President of Korea was here. She went back and she was found to have conferred certain favors to a friend of hers. She was impeached by Parliament, charged in a court, like Justice Maraga's court equivalent of Korea. And she's serving a 25-year jail term in Korea. Could that happen in Kenya? Not only in Kenya, or in Africa. Some drug lords, suspects, could not be found guilty in our courts here. They were out on bail. And they were taken to America. And there they have been there in remand for 2 years. That the right to innocence before found guilty, notwithstanding. And there in America, they have been able to cooperate and have a plea bargaining, and they have been able to actually tell it out, all in America. Why is it possible there and it's not possible here? Where people tried in absentia in Jersey Island, found guilty there, that we're not able to find them guilty here. We're not able to expatriate them to go and face trial, yet we are demanding that the money should be brought back here. Contradictions. So we must bite the bullet and go that extra mile to deal with this cancer of corruption. The Parliament is also accused. Parliament gets about allocation of 2% of our total revenue. It employs only 1,000 people. The Judiciary employs about 7,000 people and gets 0.5%. 46 billion against 15 billion. And then they're saying that they are not adding themselves money. They're adding themselves money for sitting allowances. I mean, Mr. Speaker, I was being economical with facts. Didn't they say that they did not want to recognize the Salary Review Commission? That Parliament as an independent institution has a right to raise their salaries the way they like. And the same thing also happens with the county governments. Over 70% of the revenue that is devolved goes purely for recurrent expenditure, with very little to show for development. This is also another form of corruption. Sitting allowances. Every day you find them fighting, I've not been put in this committee, I've not been put in this committee, I've not been given overseas trips, benchmarking, and how do they call the other one? And bonding. That's where our public money goes. So we need to face this directly and openly and deal with it. This is when we are going to be able to slay this dragon of corruption. Your Excellency, let me tell you a story that I was told when I was Minister for Roads and Public Works in my other early incarnation. This is a minister from Nigeria for roads and public works who went on a tour to Malaysia. There, on invitation. So he was taken by his host, taken around the country, shown the highways that they have constructed in Malaysia. And then in the evening, he was treated to dinner at the residence of that minister. There, he found a nice mansion, a swimming pool, and nice sofa sets, and dinner sets. So had dinner. So he asked his host, "How did you manage this house?" The host took him to the balcony and showed him, "Look yonder. Do you see that highway there? Yes, 10% here." Two years later, it was the turn of the Malaysian to pay a return visit. When he went to Nigeria, he was taken around the roads. He saw roads were potholed, some of them untarmacked, and very poor condition, in very poor state of affairs. In the evening, he was taken to dinner, and he found a palatial mansion, Olympic-sized swimming pool. The sofa sets were imported from Britain. Most of the chinaware were golden. So he asked his host, "How do you achieve all this?" He took him to the balcony. And so, "Do you see that highway there?" The Malaysian could see nothing. He was told 100% here.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. I want to say, for the record, and the officers of government are here, that in 2013, the one question we asked Mr. Michael Kamau before the president appointed him to be Minister for Roads and Infrastructure, the one question we asked him was why a kilometer of tarmac was 100 million. The good news, however, is that today we are building a kilometer of tarmac for between 30 and 40 million. And that is the reality. Mr. President, this is a very solemn and important occasion because we are discussing the heart and soul of our nation. I know when you undertook the exercise to build the infrastructure to fight corruption in our country, when you set aside money, both financial, technical, the infrastructure, and the human capital to fight corruption, many people did not believe that there was anything different that was going to happen. In fact, many people told us, "You are doing more of the same." But today, there is an appreciation in Kenya that the building of the institutions charged with governance, from the office of the DPP to the office of the DCI, there is an appreciation that something different is happening. And to this conference, for the people who believe that maybe this is another talk shop. I want to tell you that we have traveled this journey. We have seen what commitment and passion can achieve. There is already evidence that this administration matches what they say with what they do. All of us seated here, and I'm happy the Attorney General has good record, all of us have made commitments. And I like this conference because it is less of finger pointing and more of appreciation of where we are and what we need to do collectively, together, to deal with the challenge of corruption. And I want to persuade all of you that those who work with President Uhuru Kenyatta, I want to undertake this conference that those of us in the national executive, from myself to the lowest level, will stand behind Uhuru Kenyatta as he prosecutes this charge. The President has answered all the items, and he has given an undertaking on the matter of lifestyle audit. I am probably the only person who has already undergone that exercise. Well, some media houses have already carried out a lifestyle audit. But on me, the only problem is that they stopped at one person. I wish they could continue to the next person, even as we wait for the formal exercise to begin. But ladies and gentlemen, because this is probably the most important occasion on the charge against corruption, it's now my pleasure and duty to ask His Excellency the President to make his remarks and take us forward. Mr. President, sir.
Asante sana, William. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, members of the diplomatic corps and our development partners who have joined us, fellow Kenyans, it gives me today great pleasure to join you all in this multi-sectoral national anti-corruption conference, a gathering that has brought together various stakeholders from the full spectrum of our national life with a view of providing a forum for reflection on the question of governance and the vice that is corruption, as well as its impact on our nation. Before I go much further, I take this opportunity to thank all who have been involved in organizing this august assembly and say thank you very much for bringing us all together to discuss this scourge of corruption. Asante sana. This assembly, basically convened under the auspices of the multi-sectoral reform, we've heard from individuals, citizens from all walks of life. We've heard from the clergy, professional groups, public institutions, religious organizations, private companies, government entities, political and business leaders, workers, and a myriad of other actors. People have gathered here for 2 days to conduct a full and frank self-examination of the extent to which each one of us has either helped or hindered the fight against all forms of corruption in Kenya. We have also gathered here to conduct a peer review of the actions of other stakeholders and players in the anti-corruption war, and we are all being held to account for our actions and track record in this most important of national endeavor, the war against corruption and impunity. This conference should not be just another talk shop on corruption, where high-sounding promises of action are made, but which never materialize into tangible gains in the fight against graft. Today, I hope that together we shall turn the tide in the war against corruption, creating the platform for victory against the vice that has in many cases impeded our social and economic development as a nation. A vice that, like cancer, has spread throughout the entirety of our national life and permeated every aspect of our way of life, in public bodies, the religious arena, professional bodies, as well as private institutions. Corruption in some way has become an accepted way of life. As individuals and as a collective, we have sacrificed our traditions, customs, and values at the altar of materialism. Rather than shunning those who have made their wealth through illicit means, we celebrate them. Where once heroes were men and women who have sacrificed and contributed to making our society a better place, we now admire those who have manipulated the system to acquire ill-gotten wealth. In Kenya today, corruption has no stigma nor social consequence. Those who have stooped low and looted our nation are nevertheless able to walk down our streets with their heads held high. And this state of affairs is what we must reverse. And I believe there are two ways to go about it. I have been briefed and today had the opportunity to carefully listen, and I think I've heard you. As President and Head of State and Government, following my declaration of corruption as a national security threat, we have continued to sharpen all our arrows to bequeath the next generation a country whose foundation is equity and shared prosperity for all. Today, more stakeholders have joined the fight against the vice that holds us back. And from you, we have also heard new and exciting ideas on how we can enhance our actions against the vice. My government will continue to engage our international partners here present in mutual legal assistance. And in this regard, the coming months, I believe we will see increased repatriation of proceeds of crime held outside the country, as well as extradition of suspects and the receipt of key evidence to support both local and international-based cases. I wish to reassure all Kenyans that no matter which corner of our globe you hide, stolen funds from Kenya, that illicit wealth is no longer beyond the reach of the Kenyan government. With regard to recovery measures for proceeds of corruption within our borders, we have commenced on a number of interventions that have already begun to bear fruit. Step by step, we shall win this war. In recent times, Kenyans have witnessed renewed vigor by both investigators as well as the prosecution in boldly bringing the corrupt to book. For the first time, no person is beyond the reach of the long arm of the law, no matter how powerful or influential they may perceive themselves to be. With the support received from my government to all the institutions in the criminal justice system, it is indeed my firm belief that the high-profile prosecutions that have already been brought before courts are just the opening act of what our valiant and diligent investigators have been painstakingly piecing together. The fight against this monster requires all of us to work together in one common accord, a battalion of 45 million strong that makes us one indivisible nation of one people. Similarly, all arms of government, without any exception, must work together to eliminate this vice. Our investigators and prosecutors have taken to this task of fighting corruption with a renewed zeal. All arms of government must commit themselves today to clean up our corridors and from our corridors the crooked cartels that have for decades abused and denied justice by protecting those guilty of corruption and economic crimes. Our courts must stop the practice of using injunctions against investigation of corrupt activities. Issuing these orders makes it easier for the mandarins of corruption to destroy evidence and intimidate witnesses. Kenyans, I believe, today have spoken on the need to stop this practice. And I therefore call upon the Judiciary, and in particular the Judicial Service Commission, to deeply reflect upon and correct areas of weakness that are clearly present in our judicial system. Bwana CJ, if I can just take a little break here. You know, I found it very interesting. I saw you were very angry today, especially with one group in our society called bloggers. You know, and I remember there was a time, you know, we wanted to pass a law to stop these people from insulting all of us left, right, and center. But then, you know, it was taken to court, and the court decided it was unconstitutional. So just like the rest of us, get used to it. Because you'll have to just get used to it. There's not much else we can do. We just move on. But in all seriousness, as somebody said here, I think Raila mentioned as well, we have to be honest. We have some cases, I will mention just 3, where case upon case, the issue of Mwea, where President Kibaki, I think way back in 2010, signed a loan with the Japanese government to redevelop Mwea and to increase irrigational capacity for growing rice, to make ourselves self-sufficient in rice. My friend, that issue was in court, I think until late last year, when the Japanese government threatened to withdraw the loan facility, thereby going to affect millions of people. Somebody in Kirinyaga there had decided that's not important. To get it back on track is going to cost the Kenyan taxpayer possibly an additional, I think it was 8 or 9 billion, 7 billion Kenya shillings. Surely, the rule of law must mean to protect also the taxpayer from this kind of problem. Surely. I can cite another one. We have cases and programs that we have with the World Bank, road projects, power projects, which have stalled because of injunctions given by courts. Injunctions given by courts. And I keep wondering, these injunctions, a project is in Mombasa, Mombasa one, injunction. Another one is in another part of the country, another one in another part of the country, another one in the other part of the country. But the people who are applying for these injunctions are the same people. So I wonder, who are these? They have learned kila pahali. Surely those are frivolous and denying once again the people of Kenya the ability to be served. So, me, I'm not going to say too much, but I think you have a problem, my friend. And it's a problem that you're going to have to deal with one way or another. Because we have some fellows who they got lost, they disappeared from Kenya. Me, I just heard they resurfaced somewhere in America. They've been in jail for 2 years. They are singing, I hear, like what Huko, telling us all. And yet, here in Kenya, they were walking around free while they were here. They go to court, they are released. They go to court, they are released. They continue with their business. Jamani baba, uko na tabu? Hata mimi nilikuwa na tabu. Na tutasaidiana. Tutasaidiana kuondoa hiyo tabu jamani. Uko na tabu. Unajua, let me sidetrack again. When we first started this battle, nikaita mkutano ati wa Kenya tuje pamoja tupambane na ufisadi. Sijui kama wengine mnakumbuka. Alafu watu wakaniingilia, mimi nikasema sasa mimi DPP, ofisi ya DPP ni independent. Ofisi ya DCI hawa pia wako na kazi yao. Koti iko na kazi yake. Sasa mimi mnakumbuka hiyo? Sasa mimi mnataka nifanye nini? Ungesikia mabloggers wakati hiyo bwana CJ. Vile walinilima. But I had no choice. So I went back to the drawing board. And I believe that we have worked to have a much more strengthened Directorate of Public Prosecution, a much more strengthened Department of Criminal Investigation. So hata wewe kaza kamba ya watu yako na utaona kile itatokea. In many instances, the identities of commissioners and senior judicial officers who have broken their oath of office and betrayed the people of Kenya are widely known. The Judicial Service Commission and the wider judiciary must now decide whether they shall clean up the house for themselves or whether they're going to have it done for them. That is not to say that we should not have a vibrant and independent judiciary. We must never compromise on the protections under the Bill of Rights, nor erase the gains that have been made securing Kenya and making Kenya a more just society. We can have a judicial system that resonates with the aspirations of all Kenyans, as well as one that secures fundamental rights and due process. We must all ask ourselves, are we with Kenyans in the war against corruption, or are we against them? Let us remind ourselves of the inspiring words of our national anthem, and it says, justice should be our shield and defender, not the shield and defender to protect the unjust. And I add, of the public good, and not a barrier against accountability and the prosecution of high-profile corruption cases. We, in the executive, are deeply aware that we too have many rotten apples in our midst, both at the national and county level. The root of this malay is what I would call a conflict of interest. I believe going forward, parastatal chiefs should not be in a position to use their offices to advance their private businesses. Those in the arena of road traffic regulation, kama tumeambiwa hapa, should not at the same time be players in the industries that they supervise. Kwa hivyo, kama ni polisi, jameni muamue, wewe unataka kuwa mwenye matatu na ni sawa, lakini uniform weka chini. Huwezi kuwa officer ambaye anashika gari kwa barabara, alafu wewe pia ndio officer ambaye ndio mwenye gari. You cannot police yourself. Kwa hivyo, I think we need to be very clear on that. And in line with the proposals made by this forum, I am today directing the Honorable Attorney General to prepare a bill that will address the question of conflict of interest and the unintended consequences that arose from the Degwa Commission report of 1971, as well as prohibiting any action by any state or public officer that creates a conflict of interest, due loyalties, or an advantage over other persons who do not hold such offices. For example, with due respect to members of parliament, including senators, they should no longer be able to use committee powers to demand information from public offices and then utilize that same information in their own pursuits. State and public officers will have a simple choice: serve in the public arena or go and do private business. Ladies and gentlemen, I am particularly glad that the conversation about corruption in our country is now focused also on the role of religious actors, civil society, businesses, professional groups, and the private sector generally in advancing the fight against this vice. I think this is a conversation that was long overdue. Most corruption scandals unearthed in government have been engineered by business persons and or professionals who connive with willing public officers to defraud the government. It is for this reason that our renewed efforts against corruption have involved investigation and prosecution of these private entities who provide the supply side of corruption. And I call upon the private sector, and in particular our various professional bodies, to support our efforts and take a bolder stand in calling out the corrupt in their midst. The disciplinary arms of professional bodies should more actively investigate and take action against members who are engaged in unethical behavior. We did, for example, as we have now been fighting this issue of money laundering, and we put in a clause that we wanted lawyers who hold clients' accounts to be able to share that information with investigative and financial bodies. And they shut it down in Parliament. So today, under client privilege, people can move money around and not have to declare and just say, client, munaita nini hiyo? Client confidentiality, hiyo. And we have no problem with that where you're doing legitimate business. But if a matter is under investigation, surely, if a man or a woman for that matter is being investigated for a particular case, why should you deny the investigative arms the ability to be able to see who the beneficial owner is? I today call again on the lawyers' body and also on Parliament. Do the right thing. Let us bring that law back. Let us reintroduce that. Let us reintroduce it for those areas where we know that lawyers are being used to hide illicit funds. Tafadhalini, if you are genuine and if you're serious about what we are talking about here today. And I also urge our religious leaders and institutions and private corporate institutions to also tackle corruption more aggressively. The days of sitting on the fence or not taking a stand must come to an end. Our religious leaders must lead their flock in creating social jails for those who have built their fortunes on looted monies. Our private companies must make the decision that profits are not superior to public interest. The general public has also an important role to play in highlighting instances of corruption in both the public and private sector. Kenya has a vibrant social media landscape. I urge Kenyans to use the tools of social media to identify, stigmatize, and report all instances of corruption that come to their knowledge. Mwache matusi, lakini fanyeni hii. Matusi haisaidii. Au ni namna gani CJ? Ni kweli. Lakini kama uko na kitu ya kweli sema. Lakini kuna haja ya kusema kwa njia ya matusi. Au ni namna gani wenzangu? Kunaye anataka kutusiwa na watoto wanasoma hii, nani anasoma na mtu anatumia lugha ambayo hata huelewi. Anyway, ni sawa sawa tu. Mungu yuko. And also equally, Bwana Kiboro, you took all of us on, and I take your challenge, at least when it comes to the executive. But I also believe you should also challenge yourselves. You should also challenge yourselves as the fourth estate. Not just say you are challenging the rest of us, challenge yourselves. And I believe, just like I am telling the CJ, kuna mambo huko, hata nyinyi mutapata, kuna mambo huko. Na ni kweli. Kila mtu ajue, kila mtu asafishe nyumba yake. Kila mtu asafishe nyumba ya? Namna hiyo. In the war against corruption, each and every one of us must decide if they will be a soldier for good or a collaborator in evil. We wage this war not just for ourselves, but more importantly for the generations that are coming up and those that are yet to be born. Corruption is the destroyer of dreams, and our nation cannot achieve her destiny as long as we remain shackled by corruption practices and their negative effects. To do this, we must present our children with a picture of the possible, profiling the positive, championing the honest, and celebrating the humble. In this spirit, I acknowledge all those public officers who perform their duties with commitment, passion, and dedication, and who abhor fraud and corruption in the true spirit of public service. You unfortunately suffer the reputational hazard of a few less illustrious colleagues who sometimes give the public service a bad name. I want today to take this opportunity to acknowledge citizens of virtue, citizens such as the Kenya Ladies Golf Association, Ghana team, who was sponsored by the Ministry of Sports, Arts and Culture with Kenya shillings 2.5 million to participate in an event in Ghana, and when they came back, returned a check of Kenya shillings 500,000 as monies that they had not spent. I hail police officers like Police Constable Joshua Ombati, who pursued, intercepted, and arrested 2 robbery suspects and declared the recovery of Kenya shillings 400,000. I also wish to recognize citizens like Daniel Mwaura, a matatu tout on the Gashie city center route, who, as described in social media, did something remarkable and unimaginable in this economy by returning a customer's lost wallet with Kenya shillings 30,000 still intact. We have so many million honest, hardworking, and virtuous people in our society, and we must hold them up as the role models to be emulated by our youth. We should celebrate these everyday heroes as they counterpoint to the narrative that wealth is the ultimate reason for being alive. Indeed, as head of state and government, I will continue to play my role in the fight against corruption, and we will wage this war with all the tools available to us by law, and we will not compromise or relent. The interventions proposed here today will be incorporated in the National Anti-Corruption Strategy. And with your support and the support of millions of Kenyans who yearn for a corruption-free society, this war will be won. A child who has just joined grade 1 this year should not join upper primary in a society where corruption is as pervasive as it is today. I wish to take this opportunity to conclude now by calling on all Kenyans to join together in this sacred duty of making Kenya corruption-free. One of the issues that was raised here today, and I will ask the Minister of Education to engage with the Transport Ministry and the stakeholders in the ministry, is this issue, and I think that's a good idea, to introduce this issue of training. TVETs, you're here, yeah? I see no reason. We are building TVETs across the country. Introduce a course where these young people can be trained and given proper driving skills. Yeah, work with these people of matatus and others and lorries and buses. Msaidie hawa watu, wajifunze vizuri. I think that's good. Sindio? Sawa Kevin? Hiyo mambo ya NYS, mutapanga na huyu mama, sijui kama atakubali, lakini hiyo ni yenu. Yeah. Kwa hayo machache na mengi nasema Mungu awabariki, Mungu ailinde Kenya. Asanteni sana kwa kila mmoja wenu kwa kuja kuwa pamoja nasi siku hizi mbili. Asanteni sana. Sorry, nikimalizia. Hapa pia tuko na regional commissioners wetu kutoka kila region ya nchi yetu ya Kenya, na wamekuwa hapa na wamesikia yale yote ambayo mmekuwa mkisema. Tulikuwa pamoja na hawa juzi Mombasa, na nikawaambia ya kwamba katika region zao, katika county zao, wawe maofisa in the front line ya kutenda yale ambayo tunafanya na tunasema hapa. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanafikiria wamepotelea sijui Eldoret, Kisumu, Nyeri, Murang'a, Kiambu, Mombasa, mjue hata huko gari itafika. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We will now have the national anthem. Asanteni sana, thank you very much, Your Excellency. A big round of applause